you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't
integral a la educación más allá de la corteza cerebral. El otro elemento que está en nuestro plan de desarrollo esencial es la idea de que necesitamos y una mayor financiación. Colombia es un país medio, para no decir mediocre, en materia de financiación de la educación, pero además es un país muy desigual, donde si una ciudad es rica, además de lo que transfiere la nación, puede aportar dinero de los impuestos territoriales y lo que las familias invierten en educación. En cambio, si un territorio es pobre, no tiene nada de eso. Tiene solamente una transferencia básica para malpagar a algunos docentes. Entonces hay que hacer un esfuerzo muy grande de convergencia, diálogo, concertación, de escucha, pero también de suma de recursos. Entonces estamos en esa tarea y esta es una oportunidad muy bella de invitar a quienes están aquí representando a la comunidad internacional, a la filantropía privada, a las universidades públicas, a las universidades privadas, a los colegios oficiales y a los colegios privados, a saber, digamos, que el gobierno tiene la mejor voluntad de hacer un cambio importante. Este es el gobierno del cambio, Colombia, la potencia mundial de la vida. Todo eso suena muy grandilocuente, pero hacerlo es supremamente difícil y realmente solo si trabajamos en equipo y trabajamos con perspectiva latinoamericana y global lo vamos a conseguir. Muchas gracias por la invitación y estamos pues ahí en el Ministerio de Puertas Abiertas. Ayer firmamos con Empresarios por la Educación y la Fundación Jacobs un convenio. Estamos haciendo otras invitaciones a otras organizaciones a que concentremos energías para estos propósitos, y allá pues hay café para todo el que quiera llegar todo el tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor viceministro. Ya viene el panel inicial, pero antes, pues obviamente unas palabras y una invitación para nuestra anfitriona, porque estamos acá en la Universidad EAFIT. Y qué mejor que la rectora Claudia Restrepo Montoya, egresada de nuestra universidad, quien ha sido secretaria de Educación del Departamento de Antioquia, la persona más indicada en este momento para darles el saludo y para iniciar nuestro panel en este Wise 2023. Rectora, bienvenida.
Muy buenos días. Un saludo muy especial para todos, para todas. Bienvenidos a Medellín. Welcome to Medellín. Welcome to EAFIT. Y gracias a Wise y a GEF por darnos la oportunidad de ser parte de la organización de este evento, también a todos nuestros socios locales. Yo creo que van a ser 3 días, porque ayer empezamos con un evento precioso liderado por el San José de Las Vegas alrededor de unos challenges de estudiantes, y vamos a ver ahorita en el panel a uno de nuestros participantes, que es Martín. Gracias, obviamente, a que en esta convocatoria que nos hace Wise y que nos hace GEF nos permite tener la oportunidad en esta ciudad, en este país, de tener discusiones profundas alrededor de la educación. Preguntarnos sobre las experiencias, sobre las prácticas, y también hacernos las preguntas sobre lo incómodo que hoy nos debe producir los retos que tenemos en un tema que, si estamos sentados aquí, es porque a todos nos convoca, todos amamos. Lo primero que quiero decir es que apreciamos profundamente el esfuerzo que hace este foro. Rectora Nieves, yo creo que esto es una oportunidad, y ahora que la escuchaba en sus palabras, hablándonos sobre ese manifiesto que hace el Foro Global de Educación, pues es un manifiesto que recoge un montón de interrogantes que nosotros tenemos y que creo que además la pandemia nos dejó más visibles. Si hoy no nos hacemos esas preguntas difíciles, entonces ¿cuándo será el momento para hacérnoslas? A mí me corresponde tal vez empezar esto ya a fondo con las preguntas esenciales que vamos a trabajar el día de hoy. Uno de los asuntos que como universidad hemos venido clamando en el último tiempo, bajo un nombre que es Imaginar Futuros, es permitirnos preguntarnos sobre los futuros de la educación. Y el día de hoy, esta conferencia, este foro, nos va a permitir hacer ese diálogo. Yo les voy a poner sobre la mesa tal vez 3 elementos que me gustaría que al cerrar la conferencia pudiéramos haber entre todos hecho reflexiones. La primera es cómo pensar la educación como bien público. Yo creo que esta no es una pregunta nueva, tal vez es más urgente que nunca, porque los retos son más grandes, porque hoy la educación, todavía cuando no hemos resuelto un montón de preguntas, como decía ahorita y nos narraba el viceministro, también nos han cambiado las preguntas, han llegado otras reflexiones a la mesa, la salud mental de nuestros niños y jóvenes, la rapidez con la que la adaptación tecnológica hoy nos está clamando una transformación, la capacidad de flexibilizar nuestros currículos y estar más adaptados a lo que necesita la sociedad cuando nuestros sistemas regulatorios no lo facilitan, porque estamos aún en sistemas regulatorios que tienen un contexto distinto, entonces el cambio nos va a tomar tiempo. Pero claramente tenemos que pensar que esto no lo vamos a resolver desde una parte de la ecuación. No somos las universidades, no son los colegios, no son los ministerios solos, somos todos un poco, y esa es una de las primeras cosas que vamos a ver, y tal vez ese es el primer panel con el que vamos a iniciar. Segundo, el cómo reimaginar esa educación, o sea, cuál es el nuevo liderazgo que requieren las instituciones educativas, cuáles son las nuevas expresiones que está teniendo la innovación en el aula y fuera del aula, cómo los territorios se vuelven agentes educadores, algo de lo que hemos hablado mucho, pero que hoy cuando tenemos las redes sociales, cuando los contextos han variado, todos tenemos que variar. Solo les voy a dar un ejemplo: las universidades 6 años atrás, cuando evaluábamos lo que pasaba en el contexto entre nuestros estudiantes, teníamos que remitirnos fácilmente a lo que pasaba en el campus. Hoy no, hoy muchas de las cosas que pasan, la mayoría de las que pasan fuera del campus, pasan en las interacciones que tienen nuestros estudiantes entre ellos, con sus profesores, en el contexto. Entonces el mundo claramente se ha globalizado, hoy ya sí es una realidad, y se globaliza y pasa por el corazón de cada una de las personas que tenemos en el aula. Entonces, ¿qué representa ese nuevo reto? ¿Qué representa el estar conectados con una sociedad que está clamando cada vez más que nosotros estemos conectados? Hace unas semanas, de hecho compartí en eso con Nieves, estuvimos en un encuentro en Valencia, 700 rectores de la educación superior en el mundo, y el tema central de este encuentro era justamente eso: la educación y la sociedad. ¿Cuáles son los desafíos que la sociedad está clamando y cuál es la capacidad de respuesta que nosotros tenemos a la velocidad del cambio climático, de la adaptación tecnológica, de la salud humana, y cuáles son esos grandes retos que tenemos? Y un tercer elemento, recogiendo el primero, hablándoles de esa educación como bien público, esa segunda, esa obligación de reimaginar la educación, esa tercera, que será un poco con la que vamos a cerrar el día de hoy, es cómo entender los territorios como parte esencial de la educación. Se nos habla de la ciudad, pero el viceministro también nos hace el clamor: ¿dónde está esa brecha entre lo urbano y lo rural? O sea, no es solo la ciudad la que tiene que conectarse con él como un espacio clave para la educación, sino el contexto territorial en general. Cómo lograr verdaderamente que el territorio sea un lugar para pensar la educación y logremos crear ecosistemas mucho más robustos en este sentido. Les dejo estas 3 inquietudes, seguramente ustedes van a tener muchas más. Yo les comparto las que esperaría que al terminar el día yo pudiera tener más elementos que me permitieran dar respuesta a esas preguntas, que son preguntas permanentes sobre las que me da vuelta la cabeza en cualquier contexto. Cuando era secretaria de Educación, o cuando trabajaba en el municipio de Medellín, o cuando trabajé en una caja de compensación como era Confama, o ahora que estoy desde la universidad. O sea, he tocado organizaciones sociales, he tocado lo público, he tocado lo privado, he vivido desde la experiencia de diferentes contextos una pregunta que a veces parece que cada vez que uno se acerca ella se aleja más, y tal vez este sea el contexto para que lo podamos como conversar. Dicho esto, que es la única manera como tengo yo para agradecerles que estén aquí, y es la de ponernos a la tarea, que es un poco lo que vinimos todos aquí a reflexionar y a ponernos a la tarea. Esta es la manera como quiero darle paso a este primer panel. En este primer panel nosotros vamos a trabajar fundamentalmente en función de una gran pregunta, y es la sociedad y la conexión con la educación. O sea, cómo involucrar la sociedad como un todo en la solución de los problemas educativos. Y para eso voy a invitar a mis panelistas. Empiezo por nuestro querido viceministro, que ya nos dio algunas entradas de lo que vamos a conversar acá. Vicky, otra de nuestras invitadas, los iré presentando a medida que vayamos entrando en la conversación. El señor Fabio Segura, de la Fundación Jacob. ¿Dónde está Fabio? Aquí está. Y bueno, para que mejoremos la edad del promedio del panel, invito a Martín, que es un joven estudiante del Colegio San José de Las Vegas, que va a nutrir nuestra conversación. De alguna manera empiezo, me voy a sentar allí. Yo creo que no. Sí. Bueno, empiezo pues por darle la bienvenida a esta conversación. Aquí está sentada parte de los actores que deben ser copartícipes cuando uno piensa o habla de qué deben hacer o cómo plantearnos, pensar la educación como un contexto y un ecosistema más robusto social. Está la representación del Gobierno Nacional, ya a nuestro viceministro nos lo presentaron hace un rato. Yo creo que parte de su, conoce bastante bien la educación en 2 focos importantes, su vida se la ha dedicado a los territorios y a la educación. Como secretario del distrito, sin duda tuvo una experiencia muy importante, pero además, y él me lo decía, si tú tuvieras que presentarme de algo, yo donde tal vez de lo que me siento más conmovido desde los últimos años, que se lo he dedicado al Programa Nacional de Educación para la Paz, que me ha permitido ver la educación desde el territorio. Entonces, bienvenido, vice. Gracias. Y voy a empezar con usted, porque ahora en el entretanto, cuando empezábamos, o antes de empezar esta conversación, nos sometíamos a una pregunta y es, bueno, muy bien, sabemos que la sociedad debe rodear a la educación, que la educación no es solo de la escuela, solo de la universidad, pero si usted tuviera que hacer un llamado a la sociedad sobre cuál es el asunto más urgente sobre el que la sociedad debe ocuparse, y cuando hablo de sociedad hablo de los estudiantes, de los profesores, de las organizaciones sociales, de las instituciones educativas. ¿Cuál sería el clamor que usted nos haría, vice, en ese sentido?
Bueno, pues si hubiera que ser muy sintético, yo diría, tenemos que darle voz, ¿sí?, a quienes están en el lugar más subalterno de poder. Porque lo que caracteriza, pues en realidad al mundo cada vez más, pero es que Colombia es particularmente claro en eso, es nítido en eso, es la desigualdad. Entonces hay muchísima gente que no tiene oportunidad ni de acceder siquiera al sistema educativo, y hay unas desigualdades enormes en los niveles de aprendizaje y en los niveles de desarrollo de las personas. Luego tenemos que darle voz a cada niño, niña, adolescente, joven y también adultos que no tienen la oportunidad de educarse, y entender desde su realidad, desde sus maneras de aproximarse al conocimiento, desde sus saberes tradicionales en comunidades indígenas, afrodescendientes, campesinas o urbanas también, cómo conciben ese proceso de desarrollo, y tener una educación que le dé un lugar a cada quien y que reconozca esa diversidad, permitiendo que cada quien desarrolle plenamente un lugar en la cultura, que los lleve a la producción, que los lleve a la convivencia, que los lleve a la creación.
Hablando de esas voces, usted me decía que nos quería compartir un par de imágenes para dejarnos como un poco conmovidos con el problema y manifestarlos. Yo no sé si desde el panel me pueden ayudar con la diapositiva que el vice nos quería como compartir.
Sí, es simplemente mostrar que este país, son dos países por lo menos, quizás muchos, pero por ejemplo esto es muy impresionante. Si uno mira que un país afectado por el conflicto armado tiene territorios donde hemos tenido 230.000 niños y niñas que han tenido que participar en ataques y ocupaciones de escuelas, o muchos que han sido víctima de reclutamiento. La Comisión de la Verdad, aquí no está, estima 18.000 niños reclutados en un periodo específico del conflicto armado. Entonces, bueno, hay muchas, 159 escuelas que vivieron esa tragedia, 389 que vivieron infracciones contra la libertad de los niños, etcétera. O la siguiente, por ejemplo, y miren que esto se ubica, digamos, en unas zonas del país específicas. Y la siguiente,
me ponen
y ya
la
terminamos.
siguiente, por favor.
Solo era para mostrar, esto es muy impresionante. Aquí hay municipios, entonces Bucaramanga, Barranquilla, Manizales, Bogotá, Medellín, ciudades Ibagué, digamos, donde verde, naranja o incluso amarillo es un resultado aceptable en las pruebas de estado, ¿cierto? En cambio, azul y gris es un resultado pésimo, y gris es malísimo. Entonces fíjense que hay municipios donde los chicos que llegan a presentar su prueba a los 17, 18 años en Saber 11, en Medio Atrato, Guapi, Timbiquí, López de Micay, algunos municipios, estos todos están en la zona del Pacífico, del extremo donde estaba lo rojo del conflicto armado en el mapa, pues simplemente sacan niveles D en la prueba, o sea, no logran ningún resultado, no pueden acceder a la educación superior, mientras que en ciudades como Bucaramanga o Manizales tenemos unos resultados muy, muy diferentes. La desigualdad es enorme. Y uno diría, bueno, lo que pasa entonces es que pues estos chicos que están aquí abajo, pues son todos los muchachos de una zona muy marginal, pero no. De hecho, quienes presentan esta prueba son ya unos privilegiados en sus comunidades. Y esa es la última diapositiva, donde uno mira, hay coberturas,
me
por ejemplo, de
cambian la
educación
diapositiva,
media, ¿cierto? Los grados 10º y 11 al finalizar lo que en algunos países se llama la secundaria alta, aquí llamamos educación media, hay lugares donde hay coberturas, por ejemplo, 4,6% de cobertura de la educación media en Medioatrato, o 12,5 o 10,7 en Timbiquí o López de Micay, mientras que Bogotá, Manizales, Medellín tienen coberturas del 50%. Entonces hay un tema de que solamente unos cuantos logran presentar esas pruebas y esos tienen un resultado tan malo que no tienen ningún destino posterior. Luego la desigualdad creo es el tema fundamental y darle voz a esos docentes, a esas familias y a esos niños y niñas es el desafío fundamental, o por lo menos nosotros hemos leído que tenemos que lograr alguna corrección en esa injusticia.
Gracias, Vice. Y aquí hay dos sentados, en este panel hay dos fundaciones o dos representantes de dos organizaciones sociales que se han ocupado profundamente de trabajar en el territorio y que se han ocupado de pensar cómo contribuir desde una perspectiva que no es pública, porque recuerden que el llamado es cómo nosotros como sociedad somos capaces desde lo que hacemos de hacer parte de los problemas que son reales y concretos de ese territorio. El vice nos plantea unas preguntas a fondo de lo que es el marco de contexto de lo que es nuestro país Colombia, que para algunos es impactante, pero es un ejemplo para poder abordar lo que muchas veces pasa en otros territorios. Entonces voy a continuar, Fabio, primero con Vicky, luego sigo contigo. Un poco, Vicky Colbert, pues la conozco hace muchos años, seguramente quienes estamos en el mundo de la educación conocemos su nombre, el ejercicio profundo que nos ha permitido llegar al aula en las zonas más apartadas, su aproximación al trabajo en las comunidades, en la ruralidad, con modelos centrados en el estudiante, con modelos acompañados con materiales que le ayuden a esto. Y bueno, Vicky, pues tú realmente con este modelo pedagógico que ha sido Escuela Nueva le has entregado gran valor público a la educación, un poco marcando y siguiendo el ritmo de este reto que nos pone el vice. ¿Cuáles podrían ser esas condiciones o esas posibilidades que otras organizaciones sociales, universidades, colegios, otro tipo de instituciones podríamos contribuir a esa problemática del territorio?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Como primera medida, pues para muchos que están en el auditorio, Escuela Nueva es una de las pocas…
Yo creo que te lo tienes que acercar.
Ya. Así, sí me escucha. Como primera medida, Escuela Nueva es una de las pocas innovaciones a nivel mundial, nacida en Colombia, que ha logrado sobrevivir a tantos cambios políticos y administrativos. Y es política pública. Esto es lo interesante. Yo aquí quiero hacer memoria y que hemos demostrado que sí se puede, es un poco la historia de Cenicienta, ¿no? Comenzamos en las escuelas invisibles, las que ni siquiera aparecen en las estadísticas, y logramos transformarlas, pero ¿qué? De abajo para arriba. Eso es algo, hay muchas lecciones del cambio social, pero cuando veo el tema fundamental que se menciona aquí, involucrando a toda la sociedad para no perder eso, quiero resaltar el rol de la sociedad civil. Es decir, Escuela Nueva es una política pública, eso es nuestro, de los colombianos. Sin embargo, hemos aprendido después de tantos años que para tú tener impacto hay que trabajar con el Estado, es su responsabilidad. Salud y educación son obligación del Estado, pero no hay que dejar al Estado solo, hay que acompañarlo, hay que apoyarlo. Entonces yo quiero resaltar lo que hace muchos años se dijo, muchos no habían nacido. En 1990 existió la Conferencia Mundial de Educación para Todos en Tailandia, en Romtien, donde todos los organismos internacionales, todas las organizaciones privadas, públicas hicieron una gran declaración. En ese momento era la educación es compromiso de todos, de ahí salió la palabra compromiso de todos de muchas iniciativas colombianas. Es compromiso de todos. ¿Por qué? Porque solo haciendo alianzas entre lo público, privado y la sociedad civil es que podemos contribuir a la sostenibilidad y a la calidad. Entonces, pues me podría demorar mucho tiempo mostrando los resultados, pero eso es supremamente importante. Entonces yo quiero, hacer memoria de esa conferencia mundial, una conferencia de todo el mundo, donde esa fue la primera declaración y la conclusión. En ese momento se le daba prioridad a la básica, porque era la base del aprendizaje. Y más sabiendo que en América Latina el 40% en cuarto grado no entiende lo que lee todavía, ¿no? Entonces, En ese sentido, esa conferencia fue fundamental porque dio la pauta, la prioridad de la básica. Pero nos enseñó que yo traigo ahí mi maletincito, por cierto, Wise, el primero en el 2013 que lo recibí, ¿no? En Qatar. Pues ahí tengo mis papeles y mis datos, pero es que es muy interesante. Hay libros recientes de Oxford y de Stanford, por cierto, mi alma mater, mostrando cómo la sociedad civil puede llegar a complementar y apoyar al Estado. ¿Por qué? Porque somos organizaciones más chiquitas que podemos ir trabajando rápidamente y creo que mi gran aprendizaje es que hay que trabajar porque esa es la responsabilidad del Estado, pero hay que apoyarlo y complementarlo. Entonces yo creo que para las dos palabras, calidad y sostenibilidad, nosotros comenzamos Escuela Nueva en el Ministerio, es política nacional, pero luego creamos una ONG, ¿para qué? Para ayudar al Estado, ¿no es cierto?, a mantener la calidad de todo esto, entonces de los resultados. Y detrás de todo lo que yo estoy diciendo hay mediciones y evaluaciones empíricas, tema para otra sesión, pero es la importancia de tener resultados medibles, porque en un país hay que construir sobre el saber acumulado científico que el país tiene, porque es demasiado duro construir algo, ¿no? Entonces, para mí ha sido una satisfacción enorme el caso de Antioquia, cuando me invitan maestros en un sábado que a un convite pedagógico a la Universidad de Antioquia. Por aquí debe haber algunos maestros de la Universidad de Antioquia. Iniciativa de ellos, porque ellos fueron los agentes de cambio y ellos siguen moviendo esto. Entonces, eso es fundamental, porque los actores del cambio tienen que ser los maestros y las comunidades. Entonces, hablando de lo sistémico otra vez, la importancia de la conferencia, y traigo todos esos datos porque son resultados mostrando cómo la sociedad civil ayuda y cómo esta es una cosa que está creciendo en todo el mundo. Y tengo los datos, pero eso es para compartirlos luego. Es impresionante en Indonesia, en Estados Unidos, es ya existen libros mostrando el rol de la sociedad civil. Pero por otro lado, el tema de familia, también quiero resaltar eso, como hay otros actores. En Escuela Nueva, pues para uno tener un aprendizaje significativo y contextualizado, hay que involucrar a los padres de familia, por Dios. Entonces, es decir, para nosotros eso fue una urgencia, una necesidad. Entonces, esa dimensión es fundamental. Y quiero mencionar algo, con la pandemia que hicimos Escuela Nueva en casa, porque es que nosotros, ese es tema de otro panel, pero nosotros no tenemos conectividad en las zonas rurales. Los maestros sí viven en los pueblos. Los niños, pues con los materiales de autoaprendizaje cooperativo, que ya no voy a entrar en detalle de eso, pero eso salvó muchísimo y pudimos tener resultados. Pero fortaleció la participación de la familia. En 6 ciudades, porque pues también hemos trabajado con población migrante, Escuela Nueva tiene varios hitos.
just keeps on burning, keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Feeling like you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning, keeps on, it just keeps on burning, keeps on, it just keeps on burning, keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time.
session from EFIT University. For those of you that are joining online, you're most welcome, and you are also welcome to leave any comments or questions directly on the YouTube channel where it is being streamed. Before I introduce Ms. Paula, who will lead the way and introduce Professor Light, just to give a brief introduction on the session itself. Thank you. So, Ms. Paula will be co-delivering the session today in person. Thanks once again for joining us. Paula is the Vice Rector of Learning and full Professor at EFIT University, formerly the Head of International Business Development and Academic Director of Innovation at the University. Welcome, Paula. I'll now pass the information to you to introduce Professor Light, who is leading our session today. Welcome, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Good morning, Professor Light.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
I will be introducing our guest speaker this morning. This session I will be delivering completely in English because Professor Light has no simultaneous translation, as we all have here in the room. So let me please introduce Professor Richard Light. He's Carl Fosheimer Professor of Teaching and Learning at Harvard Graduate School of Education. He's delivering this session on how a good university can move to become great, 5 concrete steps. Professor Light has created and co-chaired several university projects, thank you very much, including the Harvard Assessment Seminars and the Harvard Higher Education Leaders Forum. This session brings key learnings from his most recent book with Alison Jegla, Becoming Great Universities, Small Steps for Sustained Excellence, among many other publications authored by Professor Light. So let's give a warm welcome to Professor Richard Light.
Thank you very much, Paula, and hello to all. I will simply ask a very short question. Can you all hear me reasonably well? Yes? Is that a thumbs up? Good. Paula, it's clear?
Yeah,
Good.
clear.
Good. I just want to be sure everything is clear. So I'm now going to begin. Let me first simply say the format for what is now going to happen for the next 45 minutes or 40 minutes is I will give a presentation. It will be for only about 20 minutes. And then following my presentation, I will be inviting your questions, comments, reactions. I know that both Niam and Paola have access to questions, and they can convey the questions in English to me. So here goes. My goal is that I would like to suggest something that I'm guessing most of you may know, but it's a good place to begin. I am a longtime professor at my university, at Harvard University, and I have taught for many years. I have run various programs there. And the reason I say that is I also have visited about 240 other universities around the world, many of them in the United States, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and many other universities, but also, in The Hague in the Netherlands, University of San Juan in Puerto Rico, and, the Sorbonne, the Oxford, Cambridge in the UK. I tell you this because what I'm now going to say is the cumulative result of my visits to many universities. So now I'm going to really begin. The world has so many different kinds of universities, and many of them are, in my judgment, quite good. There is no big problem, but only a small number are what we could call great, or really, nearly great. So I want to make 5 points about how any university, each of you or many of you are associated or part of your university, what a university can do to move from being pretty good to becoming truly great. And every one of my suggestions will be either zero cost or very low cost. So I hope this is something that will be helpful to you, and I will welcome your questions. My first point is this. I will tell my short personal story. It's very short. I took my grandchildren, I have two small grandchildren, I took them to the World Final Championship in the sport called squash. If you don't know what squash is, it's a sport, it's like soccer, like baseball, and it's squash. Anyway, I'm sitting with my small grandchildren, and the four finalists in the entire world, sort of the best players, were competing, two men, one versus the other, and two women. And my grandson, he was 11 years old, he noticed something. He said, "Gee, Grandpa, I notice all four players seem to come from Egypt." And I looked at it and I said, "Yes, you are right." And he said, "How can that be? How can the four best players in the world of any sport all come from the same country?" He said, "I don't know the exact population of Egypt, but it's probably 1% of all the people in the whole world. But here I'm watching the four best players in the whole world, two men and two women, and they're all Egyptian. How can that be?" And here's the point now for your universities. My response to my grandson was, I think it's because it's about culture. In one country, happens to be Egypt, the culture of the country is that almost every child, when they're 5 or 6 or 7 years old, they begin playing that sport. And so it's part of the culture. What does that have to do with universities? I think a lot, because universities each have their culture. And my experience is when I visit a pretty good university, which can be very different from really a great or nearly great university, is that the cultures are so different. And specifically, I want to introduce one word, and that's innovation. Every great university encourages a culture of innovation. And by innovation, I mean working for a spirit of continuous improvement. Now, I would like to I have three very short examples of that to make it concrete. My first example is this. I visited an excellent small university. It's actually here, it's called a college here in the States. It's called Wellesley College. It's all women, and it's excellent. Actually, I was a trustee of Wellesley College. It's excellent. Anyway, the point just is, a student, a young woman came to me, an outstanding student. She was probably 20 or 21 years old. And she said to me, "Professor Light, I have a question for you about university culture. Right now, I am taking a course in Latin American and South American history, and I love it, and I'm doing well in it. I'm just enjoying it, and I'm learning a lot. I'm taking a second class, different professor, in Latin American and South American literature, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm learning a lot. And I'm taking a third class in Latin American and South American culture, and I'm enjoying it so much. But," said this young woman to me, "when I went to my history professor and I said, I'm taking these 3 different classes at the same time. Can you help me put it all together? Can you help me sum it up? Can you help me synthesize, bring it all together across 3 courses?" The history professor said, "I'm so sorry. I teach history. I don't teach culture. I don't teach literature, so I cannot help." So my first question to pose to you is, what is the culture at your university, or really at a great university has a culture where every faculty member, every professor constantly is asking, what can I do to help students bring what they're learning in different classes together in a kind of coherent way? All right, we can come back to that. I want to be sure. Now I move to my second point. The second point I want to make is this. I am surprised there are a few universities around the world. My university does this, many other universities do, but many don't. They do a very specific thing, and that's they choose a small sample of their students. It could be as few as 50 students, maybe 100 students, but that you don't need thousands, and just ask them a simple few questions about their experience as students at their university. So my favorite example, and by the way, the question is, I do interviews of students and I ask, what is working well? What is working maybe not so well? And I'll use my university, what can Harvard do to improve, to make everything better? And let me give my favorite example. I asked our students, I asked a sample of 50 first-year Harvard students. They were maybe 19 years old, something like that. I just said, suppose you get a telephone call in the middle of the night on a cold winter day. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're getting a telephone call wherever you live from home. You just are learning that your mother may be very sick. And you're saying, I think I need to go home to help because my mother is sick. My question for the students that I pose, this takes like 2 minutes or less. I just ask, which adult here at the university, here on the campus, would you call or get in touch with, either to seek advice or maybe to seek consolation, or maybe most important of all, to just tell them you are leaving for a week because you need to be with your mother at home who's sick. So you're not going to be attending your biology class. You will miss the exam next week. You will miss your history class. You will not turn in your paper. Now, here's the result. Of the 50 students who I interviewed, 43 of the 50, that's 86%, 43 out of 50, they were able to identify a specific adult. And they said, oh, yes, I know who I would call. I would call, the head of residence life. I have their telephone number. I would call them in the morning. I would tell them the situation. And I would ask them to please inform my professors I may need to miss a few days of classes, because that's the respectful thing to do. But when I just said 43 out of 50 do have someone to call, that means 7 out of 50. That's 14% of students could not think of anyone to call. So my question for my university leadership was, are we satisfied? Is 86% of our students having someone to call in an emergency good enough? And there was a lot of disagreement about it. It was not clear. Some people said that's good. Some people said it's not good enough. In the end, the president of my university decided it's not quite good enough. The result is we changed. Harvard changed its first-year advising system so that every student now has 3 people to call, usually 3, including maybe 2 men, 1 woman, or 2 women, 1 man, whatever it is, but some of each. And the point just is, asking the students about their experiences may lead to big improvements in the students' experience. Okay, let me give one other quick example and then move on to the next point. When we ask students about their experience so far, 4 students came to see a dean at my university, and the same thing has now happened at about 20 other of the best American universities. I know them the best because they are, here in the States. And the students said this. They just said, this seems crazy. I came to my university because there are many dozens, maybe even hundreds of professors. There are hundreds of faculty members who are wonderful. They're great. But the only professors I know are the ones who are my professors. And I take 8 different classes every year for 4 years. That's 32 classes over the 4 years. So I get to hear regularly from 32 professors, but my university has 700 professors. What about all the others? So 4 of our university students went to a dean and said, we have an idea, and that's we would like to invite, we'd like to create a new program. One evening, no money changes hands. No one's paid to do anything. No one is charged for anything. We're going to call it 10 big ideas, 10 professors, 10 minutes each. And the idea is to ask each of 10 professors who we will invite to come to a big auditorium which seats 1,000 chairs, has 1,000 chairs, 1,000 people, and take a maximum of 10 minutes, maybe a little less, to share their single best idea in less than 10 minutes. That's the end of it. The dean said, I give it my blessing. This is a great suggestion. The students did it. They made publicity. They advertised it. And the point is, no one had any idea how many students would show up. 10 professors were invited by the students who took this initiative, and they all accepted. They were honored. They were delighted to be invited. And so turns out more than 1,000 students showed up. The room was standing room only. The auditorium, the lecture hall was packed. And each professor stood on the stage and talked for about 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 minutes. The reason I say all of this is that other universities have now picked up this idea. And I want to ask, how much does this cost? It doesn't cost the university a penny. The professors are not paid. They just come and they talk for 10 minutes. And they're honored, flattered, delighted to do it. The students don't pay. They just come and they sit for 2 hours. At the end of the evening, this was rated a wonderful evening by most all the students. So it doesn't cost anything. A university does not have to be wealthy or rich to do something like that. Okay, next, I'm going to give my next suggestion. Very concrete. I will ask, I hope I'm being clear so far, and I'm going to take another 5 minutes maximum. Here goes. I would like to ask you all a question, whether you're in the room right there, I'm looking at you, or whether you're listening to me online. My question is simple. How many hours are there in a week? Think about it. Most people don't think about it. There are 7 days times 24 hours a day. If you do the simple arithmetic, that's 168 hours every week. 168 hours a week. How many of those hours do most students at your university spend inside the classroom, listening to a professor or having a discussion? Answer, for most universities, it might be 12 hours a week a student is in class, 15 hours a week, taking 3 hours or 4 hours in each of 3 or 4 or 5 different classes each semester or every term. So the point is 90% of a student's time at any university, mine or yours or any other, 90% of the time students are not in the classroom. Here's the big point. Every great university is constantly asking, as part of its culture, what can we do to enrich, to improve, to enhance the student experience outside of the classroom with the 90% of the time? And I want to give you a few examples of what your university, what any university can do, 0 cost, no expense. It's free. Somebody has to make an effort, but it doesn't cost a lot of money. Imagine having workshops, come on Tuesday afternoon at 4 p.m. for a 90-minute workshop we are going to discuss how, when you are interviewed, how to present yourself as best possible, how to present yourself effectively, how to present yourself well. A different workshop might be, how do you write an executive summary, a short summary of what might be a 10 or 15 or 20 page paper, a long essay? How do you write an executive summary right up front? How do you introduce a speech? If you're a good public speaker, how do you improve your public speaking as much as possible? Suppose you have to break bad news to a group of colleagues, whether they're your fellow students or later in life. What are some ways of doing that as effectively, as gently, but as effectively as possible? How do you give advice to your colleagues, to your fellow students, so that they will appreciate it, be grateful you're giving them the advice, and thank you for it instead of being angry at you? How do you receive advice from your colleagues most effectively? I think I'll stop there. But my point just is, those are examples. They're very specific, they're low cost, and they're concrete. Those are specific examples of how to use productively the many, many hours that students are not in the classroom. And even if you have at your university 5,000 students and only 80 or 100 or 150 show up for these extra outside of class, zero cost activities, well, if 100 people show up, you have 100 happy students. They showed up because they were interested in showing up. So this is a good thing. Next suggestion, I will just keep this short now. I will ask any of you who work at a university, here's a question to pose. Every great university in the world that I know asks this question, but many don't. So I'll just say, how do you know what your students are actually learning? How do you know? And I want to give you an example. I received a invitation. This is about 4 years ago, just before the COVID pandemic, from Princeton University here in America, very famous, wonderful, excellent university. They invited me, and they invited 9 other people from 9 other universities to come and spend 1 day at their university. They paid me nothing, so it cost them basically little or nothing. And they told me they would like me to sit one-on-one, individually, interviewing graduating students, graduating seniors, and ask them a series of questions that they gave me to ask. And their goal was not to assess, to give a student a grade. It was not to test the individual students who were interviewed by the 10 of us guests, professors from 10 different universities. The goal was to assess themselves. Princeton wanted to know, what do our graduating students know? And I want to give you an example. The very first question they gave me to ask the Princeton graduating students, age 21 or 22 or whatever they were, the first question was, just speak, say whatever you'd like for 1 minute. What is the Human Genome Project? And, I had all different students. Some of them stared at me. They clearly could not say very much. Others gave a very good, short, crisp, clear answer. The second question that Princeton asked me to ask each student, one-on-one, I interviewed about 15 students over a day. The second question was, who was Sigmund Freud? And of course, either a student knows or doesn't know. And, you may say that's not the most important question, but that's fine. So each university should come up with its own questions. What are the questions that matter to you at your university? The third question I was asked to ask the students is very current. And that is, can you speak thoughtfully for 1 minute? What is artificial intelligence? This is, it's in the newspaper every day now. Well, again, how about I now give you some results? What we found at Princeton is what proportion of graduating students from Princeton were able to say, who is Sigmund Freud? 94%. The Princeton faculty, hundreds of people, they were pretty happy. 94% is good. The second question, the Human Genome Project. What proportion of students could just say in 1 minute, what is it? 50%, 50. So the faculty spent 2 faculty meetings debating, arguing, discussing. Do we want to teach something differently? Because we want our students to know what this is. This is kind of the whole future. And the third one, artificial intelligence, about 65%, 2/3 approximately, of the graduating seniors at Princeton were able to talk for a moment or two about artificial intelligence. What is it? Why is it important? So I'm done. My point in all of this is to say, how much does that cost Princeton? They just invited 10 of us. They paid us nothing. I happily came for a day, just good community member. And meanwhile, the faculty got feedback about what students do know and what they don't know. And they spent faculty meetings discussing it. Now, finally, this is my final question, and I'll keep this one short, and then we'll turn to your questions. My final suggestion, number 5, is how does a university define success? How does it define a successful experience for its students? Let me give a few short examples. One way of defining success is, of all the students who begin first year at your university, what proportion of them graduate? Say it could be in 4 years, maybe it's in 6 years. I can say here in America, if you ask, what about a university like Duke University in North Carolina? I have no connection to it at all, zero. But I visited many times. They have about a 95 or 96% of their students graduate within 6 years. So they may go out for 1 year because they want a break. But the point just is that almost all graduate. The long list goes on. At Stanford, it's about 97%. I won't mention names, but I have been to various universities around the world. I'm thinking of 2 in Italy in particular. In Italy, which I love to visit, the graduation rates are about 32% or 33% in 6 years. So that's one definition of success. A second definition of success is what salary, how much money, to say it very bluntly, how much money on the average do your graduates earn? Is it a reasonable number or is it a bit disappointing? A third measure might be, what job opportunities do they have when they graduate? A fourth possibility might be to ask, how satisfied are your students? Imagine doing a careful student survey and literally just asking your students, how satisfied are you on a 1 to 10 scale, where you would say a 10 is a great experience and a 1 is a disappointing experience. And some universities, the students say 9 on the average. At other universities, they say 7 or 6 or 5. Clearly, they're giving different responses. I am a bit, now I'm done. I'm going to summarize quickly and then invite your questions. My summary is this. Every suggestion I just made costs either little or nothing. That's why I like them so much. If I told you buy a whole new computer system, it'll only cost you $100 million or whatever it is, you'd say, no, that's crazy. That's too much money. But every suggestion I just made, 10 big ideas, 10 professors, 10 minutes each. No money changes hands for anyone. It's zero cost. And the university has now established a wonderful tradition, and 20 other universities now do it. For example, both Oxford and Cambridge in England, in the United Kingdom, now have taken the same idea, and they do it. And they get hundreds of students coming to a big auditorium. All right, I've been talking a bit more than planned, but I'm going to actually force myself to stop. And warmly and cordially welcome any questions you might have about anything. Please, ask whatever is on your mind, and that includes, disagreeing with me and saying, Professor Light doesn't know what he's talking about. Feel free. I welcome all questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Light. So how much time do we have for questions now?
How about we say about 15 to 20 minutes? Is that good?
Okay, perfect, yes. So you can voice your questions in Spanish, and I will do my best to translate here for Professor Light, or in English. However you prefer, we'll be passing the microphone. So please, we would like you to ask your questions to our guest. Yes.
Professor Light, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Very good.
Excellent. My name is Cesar Tamayo. I work here at EFIT University. And thank you so much for this delightful presentation. I was trying to frame my question in terms of the... So, I mean, I hear a lot, so the starting part of your talk was all about culture, and then we heard some things that either universities, well, either faculty, leadership, or students would do, and it will have some interesting attributes, and they will, especially they were low cost, and that's good. But I wanted to ask you, in your visits to all of these places, in knowing all these different universities in all of these countries and finding these great places, is there some common theme or some
It could be, so many, Oxford, Cambridge. It could be even, interestingly, universities in Japan or China. There are so many places. I don't want to pretend to be an expert on South America. I'm not an expert. But the point just is, the feature that distinguishes, that differentiates a pretty good university from a great one is, at a great university, every individual, every person, from the youngest first-year student who may be 18 years old, all the way, including more senior people, to the entire faculty, all the professors, to all the staff, everybody feels they're constantly looking for ways to make things better. Everybody. And I want to draw the contrast to what is at a not so terrific university. What happens? What happens is everyone shows up in class, half of them are sleepy, they listen to a professor talk nonstop at them for 2 hours, give a lecture, never asks for questions, never leads a discussion. The professor leads the room, and that's it. And there's no sense of we are part of a big community. We all have the opportunity to enrich our university community and make it better. Let me ask you a question, and it's for Cesar, but also really for everybody else. Suppose at your university, you notice that many students are taking a class called Introductory Biology. And then you notice not so many students, after they take that class, even some of them may do very well in it, but they don't take more classes in biology. They just sort of leave biology. A few take advanced classes, but most move away from it. And then and suppose you at your university were to say, well, I would like students to, not just take the introductory course, but to pursue it, to do more, take some more advanced courses, build on what they learned over time. So let me just ask you, suppose 5 biology professors at your university each say, I am going to change the way I teach a little bit, and I'm going to try to make my class in biology so much more appealing and exciting and challenging that students will want to take more classes, advanced classes in biology. My question for you is this. Suppose of the 5 professors, 1 succeeds. One of them has their students from their introductory class. Most students sign up for advanced classes. The other 4, no change. In other words, they haven't done badly, but they didn't do better. My question is, should the university reward the one successful professor who did it, or should the university reward all 5 because they tried? And I will answer my own question by saying the great universities all encourage all professors to try new ways of teaching. So the reward, if there's a small reward, it doesn't have to be financial. It could be some other nice thing, public recognition. They're all rewarded because they made the effort. And I'm going to try to take one more example. I don't want to talk too long, but I do have what I think is a nice example, and it's from my own life. In my university, I always ask at the end of my teaching, I ask my students, is there one thing? They fill this thing out, they basically fill out a survey anonymously so they can be honest. They can give me the truth, honest feedback. I ask, is there one thing I can do better if I teach this class again next year? What would you suggest I change? I teach a first-year seminar. It has about 16 students in it. It's not a big lecture. It's a small class. That's very small. Anyway, enrollment is limited to 16. I had 8 men and 8 women in the class, and it met once a week, Thursday afternoons, from 3 to 6 p.m. So it met 3 hours, a seminar once a week. And I led discussions, and I thought I was pretty good at it. And the course was always quite highly rated by the students. Students rate classes, and these ratings are then published for all students, other students to see, so they can decide that do they want to take the class. Anyway, the point just is, one year, 3 students of my 16 said, Professor Light, you're a pretty good discussion leader, but why don't you next year think about leading the class discussion instead of the whole 3 hours, which is what you do now. Why don't you just lead the discussion for 2.5 hours and let a student lead the discussion among their fellow students for the remaining half hour, just to make it a little bit different. And I thought to myself, this is a constructive, good, new suggestion. I had never done that before. And so I not only accepted the suggestion, but I doubled it. I thought to myself, instead of just one student leading the discussion, I'm going to get pairs of students. I asked a man and a woman, paired. I chose the pair. It was just random. So Joe and Sally, a pair, man and woman, young, they're 18 or 19 years old. The final, I led the discussion for 2.5 hours. They led the final half-hour discussion. Now, I immediately noticed students were coming to class very well prepared. I also immediately noticed with this new teaching style that the students seemed to be even more engaged, involved. They were speaking up more than ever before, and they were paying close attention. So I quietly asked a few students, you seem very engaged. Why is that? And they said, well, even though I'm not leading the class today, my turn will come in 2 weeks. I want everyone to be well prepared. So I am therefore well prepared this week, and I'll be well prepared next week. So the result is the students worked harder. Good. The students spoke up more. Good. And on top of it, the 2 discussion leaders, the young man and the young woman, they learned how to lead a group discussion. Some of them already knew how to do it. For some of them, it was brand new. They'd never done it before. How much did that cost me? Nothing. How much did that cost my university? Nothing. And the students loved it. The course ratings went much higher. I can even tell a little side, super short story, which is halfway through the fall semester, through the term, I decided I would mix up the discussion pairs, because after 7 weeks or 8 weeks, every pair had led a discussion. So I thought I would change the man-woman, the boy-girl pairs. Everybody agreed. They said that was good, except for one pair. because they had begun to date one another. And they said they had fallen in love and they didn't want me to break them up. And I'm saying that obviously with a big smile. So the point is, I told them, sorry, I wish, may your relationship prosper, but I'm breaking you up for this class. And I did it. They laughed good-spiritedly. And the point just is, in the end, this course, the students said they worked harder than ever. They learned a lot, and they enjoyed taking the class. So I view that as a success. So my big point, to answer Caesar's original question from 7 minutes ago, is my big point is trying new ideas, a culture of innovation. And I'm just giving my personal one example. This goes on at great universities all the time. And then when I go to a more ordinary university, everybody just comes in, gives a lecture, turns around and goes home. I hope that answers your question. Next question, please.
Thank you very much, Professor. We do have one more question.
Professor, thank you very much for your wisdom and your knowledge. We agree with all you say, so it's an honor to be in your class, master class. We are talking about the future of education, and I want to know your knowledge and experience in the homeschooling experience then to bring into the university. How do you think this is the future, or how do you think this is a good connection in the homeschooling classes to go to the biggest universities?
I want to be sure. Thank you for your interesting question. I think I understood it clearly, but let me be sure. Did you use the words homeschooling?
Yes.
Okay. May I ask you a question first, and then I can give you a better answer?
Of course.
In Colombia, or maybe even thinking more in South America, even beyond Medellín, Colombia, are there many? Is there a large fraction of students who are homeschooled? I can tell you, in the United States, it's only about 2% of all students are homeschooled. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Well, this is a part that I'm growing right now, but this is not a big part.
You're saying it's growing?
It's growing a small part, but this is not a big one.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me just say, the answer is it varies. This is not an easy question for me to answer because, as you know, I'm sure you may know more about this than I do. Truly, homeschooling varies an enormous amount. I suspect that many of you in this room listening to me, or even listening online, or I suspect if I were to homeschool my own children, I did not do that. I have 2 daughters. They're both grown. They're both actually professors now at different universities. Anyway, I have small grandchildren. They're not being homeschooled. They go to school every day. So I am not an expert at it, but I do know that at Harvard and at Stanford and in Oxford and in Cambridge and at the Sorbonne and a whole bunch of other places that I do know, they have a number of homeschooled students. And I think on average, the homeschool students do a little bit better than students who went to their local public schools before coming to universities. Now, it could be that the admissions process looks for homeschooled students who are particularly outstanding, because for those students, the hard part, as I suspect you all can easily imagine, the hard part at the universities I have visited, and I have met a number of homeschooled students, but the hard part for them is more the social part, the interacting with their other students, interacting with their classmates, talking constructively, learning from their classmates. That's what's the harder part. It's pretty easy to learn math, whether you're sitting in a math class or in a school with a big class or a small class, or even homeschooled. So I don't know if that answers your question. All I can say is, homeschooling is, of course, an option, but I'm guessing the main challenge, my impression, strong impression, is the main challenge is the social part. I hope that answers. Look, you want to go for one more question, Niam, or are we out of time?
Yeah, we can still have one more question.
One last question. I welcome it. Good.
Gracias. Quería inicialmente preguntar acerca de cómo combatir esta sensación de apatía de parte de los estudiantes que en general percibimos en las instituciones de educación superior. Sin embargo, al escucharlo, profesor, creo percibir en lo que usted nos comparte que dar la oportunidad a los estudiantes de expresarse o plantear iniciativas suele ser una manera de combatir esta apatía. Mi pregunta es, en primera instancia, si es así, si estoy entendiendo correctamente, y en segunda instancia, ¿cómo motivar a los estudiantes entonces a que sean más partícipes, a que propongan más cosas, por un lado, y cómo lograr también que las instituciones y sus profesores permitan que efectivamente los estudiantes participen y expresen y lleven a cabo estas iniciativas?
Okay, Professor, I will try to translate as precisely as I can, as accurately as I can.
Thank you.
Our colleague's question is regarding how to fight this sensation of apathy that exists regarding our students' interests to participate. But with your intervention, with your class, our colleague has understood that a way to combat this apathy is to have students express and participate in class and in the universities. And so her first question would be if you agree that giving students this opportunity to participate does fight the apathy, and let's say in a second instance, how to help universities promote the fact that students may participate and express their ideas.
I think this is a wonderful question, and I'm not just being polite, I mean it. And I actually have two responses to it, very specific and straightforward responses, and they're not made up, they come from real world experience. My first response is, I'm going to say something that may surprise most of you. At Harvard, at my wonderful, I think it's wonderful, university, I am not allowed to lecture. I'll repeat that. I am told by my deans, by the president, we don't lecture here. We engage students in discussions. Now, can I just say, that's only for medium and small size classes. Of course, if I'm teaching 600 students in a big room, basic economics or whatever it is, history, chemistry, of course there's some lecture. That's understand. But the idea, for example, I know I have visited many universities where even small classes of 15 or 20 or 25 students, and that's the majority of classes in many universities, the professor just lectures. He or she just talks to the students instead of inviting their reactions. So by organizing classes with no lecture, smaller, again, it has to be smaller, can't be every class. That's one way to get rid of students' apathy. I'll give you an example from my teaching. Again, this is my class about universities and higher education. I ask my students, if you were designing a new university from the beginning, so there was nothing, and you get to create your own university, at the end of the day, there may be papers on the floor and bathrooms need to be cleaned. So the question is, would you hire a group of janitors to clean the university floors and pick up the papers and so on? Should they be employed by the university, or should it be subcontracted out to a different private company, an organization that provides cleanup, janitorial services? Well, it's a question. The students do have to answer it. And that leads to friendly, good-spirited, vigorous conversation, because in many cases, there's no obvious correct answer. This janitor's example, some universities hire their own janitors. I don't know what you have in Medellín, I just don't know. But, some universities hire their own, others hire a cleanup contractor. And both may be good ideas when appropriate, but it certainly involves the students. And then my second response to your question about how do you involve the students and get them to talk more, this answer also may surprise you. I can tell you at Harvard, business school, 50%, half of a student's final grade is based on their contributions to class discussion. So we have students who write a brilliant final exam. Their written piece is A+, A. It's excellent. But they rarely or practically never speak up in class. Their final grade might be a B-, despite that they got an A in the written exam, because they made no contributions to push the discussion forward. My favorite choice of words with my students, I just say, you're all here to please push the discussion forward. The whole goal is to learn from one another, not just listen to me lecture. If you just wanted me to lecture, we should get me on a tape recorder and you can listen to my lecture. You can lay on the beach and get a nice suntan. You don't need to come to class. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. And I'm thinking, looking at the clock, we probably should approach our conclusion. What do you think, Neem?
They tell me here we still have 5 minutes and we would like to know if it's okay for a last question, Professor?
Yes, absolutely. If you have the time, I'm here. I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maria Zuniga, and I have a question for you. You know that education is changing, and
yes,
that implies that maybe the perception of quality is different from faculty and students. So what do you think about the way students and faculty perceive or define excellence? Is it different? Is it the same?
Thank you for asking. I actually do have a judgment about that. Many students at many universities, whether the university is excellent or frankly, maybe not so excellent, many students seem to think that their idea of excellence is to express their personal opinion. It's to say, I'm going to use a political example from the United States, is to say, I am a Democrat, and the reason I'm a Democrat is A, B, C, or X, Y, Z. And they give a very good explanation of why they believe what they believe. Or I am a Republican in America, in the US, and here the reason is, and this is why I believe what I believe. Anyway, my point just is, it's giving their opinion. The difference is, just about every professor I know and work with at most every good university defines excellence as using concrete evidence to back up whatever a student says. If I were to say Uganda and South Korea, this is actually a real example from a history class at Harvard. It's not a class I teach. A friend of mine who teaches, he's a professor of history, teaches this. He loves to ask his students, in the year 1970, about 50 years ago, Uganda and South Korea had roughly similar gross domestic products. In other words, they were sort of equally successful in terms of their, economy. Now, 50 years later, South Korea is 20 times wealthier per capita, per person, than Uganda. Is that because of culture, in the differences in culture? Is it difference in the education systems in the two countries? Is it difference maybe in religions, traditions? Is it a difference in, something else in primary schools? In other words, there must be some explanation. Is it difference in natural resources? Maybe South Korea has lots of resources and Uganda has very little. Anyway, the point just is that professor doesn't want to hear students' opinion. The question is, what can they say that's real, that's based on evidence, that's concrete? So providing evidence to back up an argument or an opinion is what most professors define as excellence. And some students understand that the minute they arrive at university. But I would say as many as a half or one third, 1 in 3 students don't understand that. They think expressing their opinion, like we should have more police, or we should have fewer police. They think their opinion is maybe a definition of excellence. And again, that is not why most faculty teach and what we believe. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. And on behalf of our audience this morning and of the organization of this event and of Universidad EAFIT, I would like to thank you very specially, Professor Light, for your excellent masterclass, because as you just recently said, it was based on example, it was based on concrete facts. It was really very helpful for anybody and everybody who's in charge of planning or designing or pushing forward the implementation of whatever activity can help us become great universities. So thank you very much, and I hope this was very interesting for you too.
Thank you. It was interesting. We had great questions. Thank you to this audience. It's not a large audience, but I thank you because you asked all really good questions. And Paola, thank you to you for being a terrific, clear, crisp host. It was really well done. Thank you.
My pleasure, Professor. Thank you very much.
Good. Bye, everyone. This was good. Paola, thank you so much. I'm going to log off. Then I think should we log off?
Yep. Thanks a lot.
Oh,
good morning to you, Professor.
Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone.
You too.
This
Bye-bye.
was good.
I work a lot in education. It's my passion. It's the thing that keeps me up at night. So thank you, Wise, for this invitation. Very, very happy to be here in the Universidad FIT for this just wonderful, beautiful environment. It's just so proud to see this university in Colombia. So thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk about education system reform. It's something that we've been, it seems like every year, every decade, this is the topic of conversation because the long and short of it, we still haven't fully figured it out. We can talk a lot about what has worked, and I can tell you a lot about what hasn't worked, but we're still trying, and we're still committed to this idea of this working. And this means, 10, 12 years ago, as a firm, we invested in understanding how does a system actually get better, and how do we learn from what other systems did to improve, but not necessarily what they're doing today, but what did they do 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago? Now, what was that journey like? What were those interventions like? And it was, for me, reading that study was what brought me truly into education, because I was able to see the solution. And I embarked on what's been a 12-year career in education, and to great frustration, right? It's like, here's a roadmap. It's absolutely evident and clear what needs to happen, but year after year, government after government, ministry after ministry, I see the difficulty that policy leaders and ministers of education have in transforming their systems. And if you know the Latin American system, as well as many other developing countries in the world, the challenges are enormous. In Colombia, just in 5th grade, most of our kids are getting to 5th grade without knowing how to read and write at the most basic level. Forget about math and forget about science, it gets even worse. And when we get to 15 years old, that a lot of these kids have actually left school and are never graduating, hence never going to university. And it's very hard to go into the formal economy with that kind of education. So hence, this is a very big problem. But the big challenge is, why? Why is it so difficult? If we know what works, if we know what needs to be done, why is this so difficult? And that's what we set out to do. We're doing a new research. Today I'm going to give you the highlights of that research. It's a new report that McKinsey's is going to be very recently, so you get to have a little bit of that first peek into what we're seeing. And the question we set out to answer was, what are those ministries that are being able to move the needle somehow doing? What are the elements that, in terms of a plan, that I need to keep in mind to increase my odds of success? The challenges are very high and very significant, but what are those things that are going to allow me to improve? So this is the global challenge, right? How do I increase my odds of success? And kind of the situation that we have is kind of globally on the left-hand side. What you will see is basically the coverage that we have. Our systems have improved. The left-hand side is enrollment rates for low and middle income countries, and it has improved. 85% of our kids are going to school, and as they go into the school system, we've gone from 38% to 56% of our older kids actually staying in school. So we've seen a lot of improvement, a lot still to be done, but a lot of improvement. But on the right-hand side, we see the quality equation. And the quality equation is, you'll see that those that are high-income countries are basically stagnant. They're at a very high level of outcomes and doing well. If you see the kind of the upper middle-income countries have improved. And then we see the lower-income countries, and they were still very low outcomes. And you'll see just the number difference is significant, right? The main challenge, the main question is quality. How do we improve quality? Now, 10 years ago when I started in this, everybody was talking about quality. So at least it was a topic of conversation. Unfortunately, more and more, I'm not even hearing about quality, or ministers talking about quality. It is, or this very high level highlight, and not just a strong moonshot type commitment to improve quality of education. But that is the challenge, right? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So this is an eye chart, my apologies, but what basically this says is, on the left-hand side, you have the PISA scores of different countries. And McKinsey, in our first report, we created this universal scale, and the colors outline what's the level of maturity or level of outcomes of the system. So from the bottom to the top, you'll see from the lowest performance to the highest performance. And then on the horizontal, what you will see is, how much are the countries actually investing in education? This is PPP, so that we can compare countries across the board. And clearly, some countries are spending in education, in total volume, a lot more than others. But what this tells you is, at the same level of spend, you will see that some countries are doing or generating much better outcomes than another. So the first insight here is, it's not all about investment. It's also about how you invest. What that means is that management, that planning, that strategy actually has a very big impact. Of course, if you want to get to the blue bands and be very good, there is a level of investment, a minimum level of investment that you need to get to. But kind of the first message is this notion of quality puts a lot of emphasis in we can be getting a lot more from the resources that we are already investing. Why? Because others clearly are doing it. Oh. Sorry. Okay, so system reform, and we've analyzed, we started looking at over 50 systems, and we realized, well, how do they perform in the last several years? And what we've said in the last 10 years. And what we've seen is 16 improved, 16 actually declined, and 25 stagnated. What shows, and when it comes to education, and we would hope to see just much more just improving, albeit even a little bit. But we're seeing a lot of stagnation and a lot of decline. And what that tells us is, and a lot of decline were systems that were doing very well. What that tells us is, it's not only difficult to improve, it's difficult to sustain over time. So hence the challenge is double-fold. Twofold. Well, we'll get to COVID. That's the last 10 years. But you got ahead of the curve with the next slide, which is, but this got worse, and we still not seeing it in the numbers that we have, right? On average, kids lost 8 months of education in the pandemic. That's a tragedy, whichever way you look at it. This is one of the most profound negative impacts we've seen in education in a very long time, and it's extremely serious. And when it comes to PISA scores, we often compare, we talk about time in terms of compare the difference between the scores of a 15-year-old in Colombia. How does it compare to somebody in China? And it comes down to like the same level of an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old in China. So 8 months is significant to put things in perspective. And COVID just made that worse. On the right-hand side, on the horizontal, what you see is pre-COVID learning levels. So basically, from left to right, you will see what you were seeing in the couple of previous slides about outcomes. So obviously, on the left-hand side are the worst performing. On the right-hand side, the ones that have better outcomes. But then we see those that had the most, on the vertical side, those systems that had the most time lost because of COVID. And what this means and what this shows us is there is definitely a group of countries, of which Colombia is one of them, where the gap grew. Not only did we have a lower performing system, but we had one of the worst performing impacts in terms of how much time was lost for students. So the gap is actually growing. It's getting bigger. And certainly we also see that some of the low income pre-COVID-19, it was some of these also got highly impacted, and they were already in a bad situation. So COVID becomes an imperative to take into consideration that we may have a generation that is already significantly behind. Now, there are some elements that weren't here 10 years ago when I started looking into this, when I started talking to ministers. So the situation is a bit more challenging. Right? And there's kind of 4 significant challenges, or call them lenses, or call them just headwinds that in some cases could be opportunities, in some cases just more distractions. The first one is around technology. And technology use, when we analyzed PISA scores in 2018 and we looked at how technology impacted scores, we actually saw that there was a negative correlation. So up to 2018, technology actually... Okay, sorry about that. That's much better. So from 2018, we saw that technology was actually destroying value. Of course, it was very different technology than we have right now. But there is a plethora of edtechs and new technologies and new things coming into the market, and teachers are overwhelmed, systems are overwhelmed. The question is, what truly adds value It's very fragmented, the technology that exists. There's very little end-to-end solutions out there. So it's managing an ecosystem of many different solutions that have principals and teachers overwhelmed. Plus, they're very expensive. So that increases the gap between public schools and private schools. The access of technology that my 11-year-old daughter has today is amazing. I know as a fact that I didn't have that. And I know as a fact that most children in Colombia don't have that, or in Latin America. So that goes to say technology is also driving even bigger gaps between those that have and those that do not have. So technology is certainly a challenge, but it also can be an opportunity. I'm convinced it can be an opportunity. So the second one is mental health concerns. I mean, COVID has exacerbated mental health issues. This is a big deal. And also kids now have social media, which they didn't have before, that it's also increasing bullying, it's also increasing anxiety, and it's increasing that we have all these elements around access to information about a highly uncertain world, a lot of things happening, and children and their developing brains are being exposed to things that we didn't. And their mental challenges and mental health issues is a real additional challenge to deal with. If it was difficult before, this has increased. Automation of the workplace, AI is the conversation of the moment, right? But this has been happening for many years, right? The question is, what do our children need to learn for the future? If this question was relevant 5 years ago, now it becomes even more relevant today. And to be honest, the answer of that is not very clear. So how do we teach children what they truly need for the future is another big challenge that needs to be resolved. And another one that we see is kind of the external environment of climate change. We've seen climate change being a tremendous impact in our societies. We've seen an increase in political instability, certainly in Latin America. Partisanship has gone up significantly, and the level of instability is real. And it's related to polarization and the increase of social media, of internet. So there's a lot of elements that if you're a policymaker in education that you have to face that you didn't have to face before. These are challenges. And I mentioned this not to have a negative perspective on it, but to underscore the importance of actually doing things even more systematically and rigorously than before. So what is the path? Given these challenges of sustainable improvements in student outcomes, sustainable improvements in student outcomes. And this is, the question is not sort of the what, but the how. And because the good news is we've known the what for a very long time. We know what works. We know what drives impact in school outcomes. And I will go through this very quickly. All of you know this, but still it's good to remember. We have this entire instructional core, right? We have the human capital. We all know that a system cannot be, the outcomes of a system cannot be better than the quality of its teachers, right? So human capital, it's imperative. If you actually look at all the recent success cases, they also go through the teacher, one way or the other. So human capital being imperative. The second one around having a rigorous, high-quality instructional curriculum to every student. How do I get to every student with a truly high-quality curriculum that is relevant for them, to their context, to their age, to their level, and personalized as much as possible? And then this whole idea of whole child support. How do we provide a true, holistic a focus on well-being to improve attendance and learning? So how do we think about educating and providing a safe environment beyond just, you know, the core curriculum? And that's the instructional core. There's an element that for me I'm truly passionate about because it's old school management, but it makes all the difference in the world. Performance management, right? And around performance management is track and manage performance. Have information. Make sure that you understand how schools are doing at an individual school level. See what is their momentum. Are they improving? Are they decreasing? What's their momentum? Performance management. We've seen this in a country in Latin America. We're just doing this rigorously, systematically in one of the municipalities, changed outcomes. just by following performance and having performance dialogues constantly. And then we have all these enabling factors, right? And it's investment is an important one. How do I make sure that my dollars and cents are going where they're needed the most? How do I make sure that the budgets are distributed in the right way? How do I make sure that I leave enough for transformation and for school improvement and not just for school operations? So enabling factors being another important. D and E become the system support, the things that we know. And then there's school readiness. How do I make sure that that at the student level and the school level, they're ready to receive the transformation? Now we've talked about in our report 12 years ago, the one I was telling you about how do school systems improve, and those bands of performance. There's clearly, I mean, the big insight from that report is what you need to do depends on what's the level of maturity of your system today. So if you're Colombia, you shouldn't be looking at Finland today because it's not useful for us. You should be looking at South Korea in 1950 or 1960. What is the poor to fair growth or path or journey? But if you're already improving, like Colombia has improved some, maybe you look at more your fair to good path. Or if you're already a good system, if you're close to Costa Rica or Chile or Santiago de Chile or some other ones, how do you go from good to great? And what we've seen around these elements that I was talking before, I'm going to give you kind of a flavor of what we mean with differentiated strategies. On the human capital side, if you're in the poor to fair, you're motivating those teachers. You are giving them the coaching that they need. You're giving them the instructional materials that they need. You support the heck out of them. If you are in a good to great system, it's all about autonomy. It's about giving the resources for them in a very autonomous fashion, do continuous improvement, and really empower them fully. If you are in terms of curriculum, in the poor to fair, it's all about something as simple. Make sure that every student has a textbook. Make sure that teachers have instructional materials that are helpful for them. Make sure that they have structured lesson plans and focus on literacy and numeracy, the basics. Make sure they know how to read. Hence why my insistence about in Colombia, a child doesn't know how to read and write by 5th grade. That should be your focus. If you're obviously in good to great path, it's different. It's about it's high quality resources. It's about 21st century skills and soft skills and so on that are going to be so important for their development and so on, right? And that's the message. We know what works. We know that it has to be segmented to the reality of the level of maturity of every system. The question is, why is it so difficult to implement this? Why is it so difficult to implement this? And I've had numerous conversations with ministers of education, and they understand it. They get it. Nowadays, I mean, 10 years ago is I was explaining this. Now they have the plans. They know what to do. The plans are actually pretty robust, pretty interesting, pretty good. Why are it so difficult for them to implement in a sustainable fashion? And that was the question of our study. We're going to talk to 30 systems, 150 school leaders and leaders all over the world to try to understand that. And what we found out is, hey, listen, we have some challenges that make it extremely difficult for us to implement. These are the things that on a day-to-day basis are really affecting our ability. And the first one is conflicting directions. It's changing priorities on an ongoing basis. If you have a really challenging problem, you wanna cut that problem into bite sizes and focus. That's the only way you're actually gonna make progress. Well, what do is suddenly you wanna do everything, right? You're not focused, first of all. And additionally, you change your mind after 2 years, after 3 years, after 4 years. That makes it practically impossible to actually make a difference and move the needle. Minas Gerais, one of the most successful system reforms in the last 2 decades in Brazil. They moved from 40% of kids reading and writing at the basic level. In 4 years, they took that to 85%. 2 years later, that took that to 95%. How did they do that? Focus. They weren't trying to do everything. They focused on literacy. They focused on an age group. They focused on a topic. The second one that's related to the first one is leadership discontinuity. In this country, in the last administration, in this one, we've had, 4 or 5 ministers in the last 10 years. That's a lot of change. Actually, in the report, if we look at Korea, we look at Singapore, if we look at even China, Beijing, some of these leaders stayed for a very long time. How do we ensure a vision that lasts more than 2, 3, 4 years? So leadership discontinuity. The other one is stakeholder sideline. Stakeholders change. There's so many stakeholders in education. You know that, right? Parents, you have communities, you have different types of, you have teachers, of course, some very organized. So you have politicians, so many different constituencies. And how do you engage these stakeholders? Actually, is one of the big so whats of what we identified. The other one is strategy sitting on a shelf. They do the work. They actually have a plan. They've come up with an idea of how to improve that system, and it stays on a shelf. As a consultant, that's a nightmare, right? That's my worst nightmare. It's my work being left on a shelf. But it happens all the time. It happens, and worse, sometimes they had the prior administration had an amazing plan, and you come in, and just because it wasn't your plan, you just leave it there and you make your own plan. That's just a reality of difficulty of implementation, this mindset. And finally, limited capacity. And this is perhaps one of the biggest issues, is how much we're investing in human capital in the ministries, in Colombia, in the secretarías, in the different levels, in the principals, in the schools. So you have limited capacity. So you can have a great strategy, but if the scaffolding is not there, if the capabilities are not there, it's going to be very difficult to implement. It's already challenging to work in a classroom, right? In one classroom. If you've been a teacher before, I haven't, but I've observed a lot of them and how difficult, and you just think how difficult it is to get 20 kids, 25 kids to 30 kids to learn. So difficult. Now imagine doing that at scale, in thousands of classrooms every day with hundreds of thousands of teachers. The challenge is enormous, and hence why doing things in the right way or in an organized fashion is so important. So to these elements, some kind of what we have found, kind of the broad strokes of how to deal with those, what we have seen those that recently in the last 10 years have done to address some of these challenges. So you go from conflicting priorities to from conflicting ideas of what the objectives are to really having clear, consistent, evidence-based priorities. I'm going a little bit into each one of these, but broadly, the first thing is put some indicators, put some objectives. You would be surprised. Go to the ministries of education in Latin America, and you will see the objectives are at 10,000 feet in the next 15 to 20 years. Nobody is putting their hand in the fire to say, we're going to improve education, literacy by 10% in the next 2 years. Nobody. Well, I haven't seen it. If you have seen it, please let me know. But the first one comes with, how do we establish some very clear metrics that we as a society define of what we want from education? At its best, a society defines a broad vision of what it wants to get through its educational system. What are the elements it wants to support and to drive and to create through education? And that should be easily tied to some objectives of what it wants to accomplish. So you start with a conversation of what's that vision, and you translate that to some very key, clear objectives. Leadership discontinuity. How do we have engaged, empowered, and embedded leadership? How do we make sure that we create a second level that stays, that is embedded in the system and is committed long term to the educational transformation? From stakeholder sideline to changing hearts, minds, hearts and minds. How do we communicate? How do we engage with the stakeholders in an effective manner? Time after time, I have seen different policyholders just kind of saying, I give up on this topic. And what we have seen is a focused strategy on getting stakeholders in early and often and communicating and making them feel felt and heard makes a very big difference. From strategy to an actual transformation plan and an entire performance structure that is going to make sure that you're implementing that. I mean, part of my day today is working in the private sector, and there's and of high performing organizations, and there's no secret to high performance. It's very clear. What's the plan? What are the initiatives? What are you doing to move things? And how do you measure progress on a day-to-day basis, not a month or year-to-year basis? And how do I do capability building at scale? How do I strengthen my entire ministry, my entire secretary? How do I ensure that I identify what are the core key skills that they need to know, and I do it at scale? So let me go through each one of these. And if we have time at the end, I'd love to hear if in these you have any ideas or that you've seen in your systems that we can continue to add, because we're doing the research as of now, and we're collecting as many reference cases as possible. So on this idea of clear, consistent, evidence-based priorities, and this point of, like I said before, is how do I define a North Star, a vision, that I can translate to a limited set of measurable priorities to that vision? Seems silly, seems obvious, seems basic, but it's a critical starting point. What do you want to achieve? And that's what we need to be asking ourselves. What is the system trying to achieve, and is it measured in any way? Define some non-negotiables and then be flexible. Like Minas, it was reading. We want the kids to read. How we're going to do it? There's different ways of going about it. There's things I can negotiate in the process, but I have clarity of what I want to achieve. And the third one is, how do I ensure donors and partnerships are aligned with my vision? There is so much funding in education. Every single large private sector company wants to put money in education. I mean, heck, in Colombia, I think every single foundation of a large corporation wants education. So how do we tap into that to ensure that those resources go towards a few focalized set of priorities and not lots of fragmented priorities, and hence when the impact is not at scale? So as you think about clear, consistent, evidence-based priorities, set that North Star in a vision. Make sure that you understand how you're going to negotiate that over time. What are the things that are non-negotiable? And make sure that you bring others to the fold. The other stakeholders, the multilaterals are so important to provide a long-term vision. The foundations, the Empresarios por la Educación, they can help provide a long-term vision or make sure that as governments change, there is one vision for the country and not a constant changing vision for the country. Engaged, empowered, and embedded leadership. Obviously, and here in Colombia, we're living this right now, right? Which is this idea of how do we do reform through Congress? How do we think about healthcare or labor laws or pension funds and so on? Education needs to have some of that as well. I'm talking about just broadly. What is the level of funding that a country should provide, and how do we embed some of these changes at the legislation level that is going to make it easier for organizations, for systems and leaders over time? A great example is Dominican Republic. They went from 2% of GDP spent in education, and through laws they went to 4% from one year to the other. It's one of the most exciting societal level conversations and impacts that I've seen in Latin America. Obviously, easier said than done, put it in the laws, but that is something that we need as a society to talk about. Clearly in Colombia, for example, there's a conversation around how do I distribute the resources of education to the country. There's rich cities that have added resources, and there are very impoverished towns that don't have those resources and they could be getting. So at the policy level, there's something to be done. The second one is, how do I build layers beyond the leader? And this is perhaps my biggest kind of hope. You have the Teach for Alls or the Teach for Colombia, the Teach for in all of Latin America now. These are great resources to build the future leaders, educational leaders. So we need as a society to be asking ourselves, who are the top 200 education leaders in Colombia? Who are they? What are we doing to develop them? How do they have a career path? How are they actually being involved? So that, I mean, the impact of one great leader in a secretaría on the quality side can make amazing impact. So how are we creating that second layer of leaders? Because you need to accept the reality that those at the top are going to be going with the motions of the political system. That's just the reality. But what's that scaffolding below that? And how do we foster a sustained institutional ecosystem around changing leadership? This is my point about multilaterals. This is my point about foundations. Somebody needs to be playing the role of bringing everybody together. Somebody needs to be playing the role of having a long-term vision and making sure that it's apolitical, that it has credibility, but it has consistency and stays the game over time. We need those institutions in our countries, and I've seen, at least in Colombia, that's starting to be created. And of course, in LATAM, that's a big priority. Now, changing hearts, minds, and behaviors. I mean, there's a story of Cecilia Maria when she was a minister. She early in the 2000s in Colombia, she was a minister of education, and she talked to us about what she did. And she was very successful in increasing coverage in Colombia, in broadening access. And Cecilia Maria talked about how she went and talked to stakeholders at large, how she reached out to hundreds of leaders at the second and third levels of the school system, how she aligned priorities and kind of policy ideas beyond, and not making it top down, but truly making it bottom up. So this idea of actively collect stakeholder input sounds silly, but we're not doing it enough in a strategic fashion. So if you're a new minister, a new secretary, engage not in knowing all the truth, be mindful and respectful of the work that was done before you, and go on and talk to the stakeholders. There's fantastic groups of people that are dedicated in education, that love education, that are doing amazing things, and nobody listens to them. So you need to reach out. It's amazing how much goodwill that creates in all the stakeholders where you're going to sit down and talk to them about the changes. Build a compelling change story. This is also about, how do I explain? Changes typically are going to hurt. Changes are difficult. Changes are going to require more resources. Changes are going to require some difficult decisions. How do I have a change story behind that? For example, if I want to improve quality of education in a country like the Dominican Republic or Guatemala or Colombia, you need to work with teachers. You need to do in-classroom coaching. I personally haven't seen a more effective way of helping a teacher become an even better teacher. Coaching, observing, giving feedback, having a master teacher provide that level of support. Now, that is difficult. Accepting somebody in your classroom, accepting somebody doing the job is like somebody that's going to give me feedback after this presentation. Heck, that's hard to swallow. Imagine a teacher and the insecurities that can generate. So how do you create a change story of how that person that's going to come into your classroom is going to support you and is going to help you? If you don't have that change story, the odds of the teacher accepting this change is very low. And engage stakeholders across the spectrum and deep into the communities. Communities are much more in tune and in line with what's happening in education than you would imagine. And getting that kind of grassroots feel and involvement is very useful. Now, in terms of transformation plan and performance tracking, this is the idea of, we need to invest in data tracking. We need to invest in having information. Again, it seems simple. Colombia is data rich, actually. We have a GEF Fest. We have an amazing information around performance at least once a year for our graduates, and for others of 9-year-olds and 12-year-olds, we have some other measurements. but it's an outstanding institution. Places like Panama don't have an ICFES. So part of their plan today is to bring an ICFES. But kind of the point being that having data, having and thinking practically about this and using technology to knowing is, you know, if the kid is learning to read or write or doing basic math very quickly. You don't need to wait a year to see if their progress was made. So how do we create and have the right tools and data tracking to know if students are actually learning? Now, the segmenting of schools is critical, right? We believe like a city like Medellín, right? What you will find is, I'm going to make this up, 100 schools, public schools, the difference in performance from one to the other can be staggering. The difference of issues that they're dealing with is very different. So having the intelligence to actually segment schools and have truly segmented strategies for those schools is critical for success. You don't have a one-size-fit-all strategy for that segmentation. And the other one is around learning around this notion of piloting. But in education is perhaps one of the most studied and pilots sector that you will find anywhere in the world. I mean, education is just rich with ideas of improvement. But when actually you look at, tell me one idea that was able to scale to the entire system, heck, to 25% of the system, you will find that very few are scaled. In part because they're not designed for scale, they're not thought through. It's perhaps because the foundation is thinking about their impact in some schools in their jurisdiction. Or they have a great idea, they start to pilot it, it's good, but they don't think about that impact really happens not when you just train one school principal to be a good school principal, but when you train the 20,000 of them that you're required for the whole system to improve. So how you design pilots and how you actually scale them, how do you actually learn and use those systems that we know have been wildly successful, like Escuela Nueva, and you actually make sure that you're not having to tell the story every single year, but it becomes policy, right? That's the kind of thinking that you need to have. And capacity. Now, we need to think kind of very ambitiously around capability building in ministries and secretaries and secretarias or the other levels or districts and so on. We need to think about what they need to learn is not rocket science to be good at their jobs. So creating a curriculum, using technology to basically give them and take them into a master's of how to be good education managers, at least at a basic level. I'm talking about low performing systems. You can do that and get an uplift and improve and have a capability building program at scale. So how do you provide access to all of these people? And also, how do you motivate them and inspire them that the job that they're doing is changing lives? The second one is, and this has been my eternal fight with school systems when I see their budgets. Look at the budgets. Look at the budget of education of every country. It's going to be the biggest budget in the government or the second biggest, right? It's huge. But then when you actually look at how much is dedicated to improving quality, it's very low. If we actually look how much innovation and research and self-improvement, it's tiny. So the second one is, as we set policy and as we said, is we need resources. And this is something that some school systems have been able to get some of those resources. I know Colombia is a good example. 10 years ago, was able to actually get some significant resources to do the programa Todos Aprender, which was in classroom coaching. So it's possible. It's possible. But you need to think about budgets in a different way. Change your mindset about just because not all your money is going to teachers and administrative costs, that doesn't mean that you're not doing the best for the kids. You need to leave some portion for transformation. And this point about identify those great leaders. As a society, who are those amazing leaders that are 23 years old today, 25 years old today, that are going to be your future ministers, your future leaders, secretary leaders, and actively help them with their careers. Give them the scholarships for them to go to Harvard to study education. Give them because what you invest in 100 or 200 leaders doesn't require that much, but the impact is disproportionate. Again, a good leader can make a tremendous difference. So how are we doing in time? About 5 minutes? 15? Okay, good, great. Then that means that I'm going to go back to this slide. And I'd love to hear from you. I'm just going to, a quick summary on the sense of nothing here is rocket science. When we came into this, we knew, heck, this is like losing weight. You'll find 10 different diets, and all of them, when I actually analyze them, 80% are the same. Everybody knows what is required to lose weight sustainably. We know what it requires for things to be effective. Our job, my job today, is to put this conversation back on the table. For quality to again be first and forefront of our conversations, our policy discussions. And talk about the things and remind people of what it takes to be successful. ¿Estás bien?
Oh.
It's a wake-up call. I stepped out of the sound. It's a wake-up call about the importance of education and quality. So, quick summary. Let's put some objectives around this. Let's make sure that we know where we're going as a society. Let's agree on them. Let's make sure that we're embedding leadership, that we really have a perspective about the importance of leadership in a system and the difference that can make. Let's work on the communication. Let's work on the change management of things. Let's make sure that we have a very detailed plan and a performance management system around it. This example, just coming to mind, this example of the Dominican Republic. The ministry is talking to the district is talking to the schools, and they have performance dialogues, they have indicators, they're following them. And let's build the capabilities of our entire infrastructure, not just the leaders, and let's do it at scale. Technology is allowing us to be able to do this cheaper and faster and better than before. So these are the ideas, these are the things that ensure a higher level of success as you look at your plans in your city, your municipality, or the country level. Ask yourself, how much are we embedding these topics? And bear in mind, I'm not talking about the what. I'm not telling you about curriculum. I'm not telling you about teachers. I'm talking about what your transformational plan needs to have, the characteristics for it to be successful. But I'd love to hear your thoughts and ideas that you may have of some systems that have actually done something in the last 10 years that you said, hey, listen, go and study this. This was very interesting. From our friends in...
Thank you, Felipe. That's, incredibly insightful. Our own work at WISE on this issue, smaller scale, suggests that one of the key reasons why education transformation programs fail is because there's a disconnect between ministry and schools. And in particular, school leaders often find themselves ill-equipped to undertake change. So I think in change management speak, we would say that the pivotal roles haven't properly been equipped to manage change. And I think you alluded to it in much of your talk. I think when you talk about capacity strengthening across the system. But I'm wondering, what in your experience, what have you seen that works in terms of actually creating that cohort of leaders that can implement change at the district and school level?
So what I've seen, and you're right, at the end of the day, the change happens in the school. We all know this. The principal is faced with daunting challenges. And when they try to get help, they're faced with very bureaucratic institutions and structures that are not necessarily designed for providing support, which is what the principal needs. What I have seen that works, and this is something that came from Malaysia and that we've discussed in other systems, is how do I, and this is from low-performing systems, kind of the port of fair journey, not the other ones. In that journey is how do I help that principal create a school plan that's very simple, and how do I give them the tools to do that and to set some, kind of do the same, but for their school. What are those 2 or 3 things that I need to do that I can do with the resources that I have? What are the key indicators and objectives? How do I agree with that with the community? How do I communicate that? How do I engage the stakeholders? And how do I have the next level up, the next layer on top, be my support? Not administrative support, but be my coach. And that's where I think the most impact can be, is at that level. Those that are right, because that person can get to 10 school leaders, right? So you need much fewer of them. If you get to those change agents that work with the principals, you can have a big change. And if that discussion creates a performance dialogue that is constant, that principals know, sometimes through performance management, you can teach what's important. How do you go about this? How do you create a sense of urgency? So that's why you take some really good principals and probably bring them to that level. And you coach them up, and they start having kind of a different career path, right? They become kind of master principals. And you add a layer to the system so that they provide that support. And they obviously need a scaffolding on top that is helping them set priorities, is helping them bring information up, because that's part of the problem, is this disconnect. But my big insight after studying this profusely in the region and outside the region is that middle layer of ministries is very weak. And it's where you can get your highest bang for the buck. Think about ministries of education are the largest organizations in our countries. The largest one. I mean, I don't know how many teachers are in Colombia, but it's probably hundreds of thousands. And students in the millions. So, but then you actually look at the administrative structure that manages that coaches people. It's very, very small or not necessarily focused on performance and quality. So from what we've seen that works is focusing on developing those leaders from there, and bringing them from the school system and having them become the master teachers. But giving them the incentives and the motivation to focus on what matters and not on administrative things. And that's, I think, the big difference.
Just on the line of incentives, what we see in education reforms, generally it's a longer term impact which we see, and the stakeholders who are involved look at short-term impact because they are incentivized to bring short-term impact. How do you balance between this long-term impact versus short-term impact?
That obviously is the question, right? That's and the issue with education, why that quality doesn't improve over time, and access did. Access is new schools. It's infrastructure. You can show that. It's evident. It's easy to show. It's not part of the full solution, but it's just more expedient as a leader to be able to invest in infrastructure. I believe, from what we've seen in the facts, that you can have impact in 3 to 4 years. Especially in foundational things like reading and writing and basic math. With the resources of a school system and you're organizing in the right way, there are certain things that you should be able to move the needle in a 3 to 4 year time frame. Right? And now with technology, you can actually do things that you could never dream before. For example, in Colombia, we only have 60% of the hours that kids should be getting. So think about it. There's 40% of the hours that they don't get because we don't have enough capacity in schools. Our schools are two rounds per day, most of them. So kids, after 4 hours, you need to get them out. And in those 4 hours, they have a lot of breaks. So actual school learning time is 60% of what it should be. It's going to cost us billions of dollars to build the other 40%. It's implausible in our scenario. Technology can start giving you a window into that if you do it responsibly. So in a short period of time, you could say, hey, listen, I increased all these hours and look at the outcomes that I was able to generate. So my point is, I don't think leaders are being judicious enough about figuring out what are those indicators that I can move, and actually having the courage to put them out there and say, hey, we'll try. This is an aspiration, not an objective. It's an aspiration, and we'll do everything in our power to get there. But there's lots of examples. 3 to 4 years, you can make a lot of impact. I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions or comments or anything you've seen in a system. All right, go for it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think based on like your experience, which are the countries which you have seen exponential growth in their education reforms over the last 10 years, and what made them succeed or be so successful?
Listen, these are the things that we've seen that works. I was very impressed with another state in Brazil that was able to generate significant results. Unfortunately, in Latin America, the ones that improved are not amazing stories. They're good stories, but they're not like something that is significant. There are some states in the US, like Mississippi, that have done an amazing job. There's some countries that have been able to go against the odds and continue to improve, like Poland, like Norway. So that we've seen some countries actually improve, but of the poor to fair journey, we haven't seen one that has done a significant jump. But those that have followed a recipe that has these elements in it. So some parting thoughts. Again, thank you so much for coming to my presentation. Oh, Clarita has a question.
How decentralized the country is?
That's a tricky question. I plead the fifth. Listen, poor to fair systems have what we have seen that have improved significantly came from highly centralized systems. And as they improved, they became decentralized. So you go to South Korea today, highly decentralized. That was not the case 40 years ago. If the same with Singapore, the same with Beijing. Now, as the system improves, your teachers have more education. They go beyond the normal school to a full professional program, to having masters. In Finland, teachers have doctorates. Teachers of kids have doctorate programs. So empowerment and decentralization is often correlated with the ability of those that are delivering education to be autonomous in their development of curriculums and delivery. Latin America has a little bit of everything. Has highly decentralized systems like Colombia, or has some centralized systems like the Dominican Republic. I am of the belief that the Colombian system has all the tools to be able to drive change at scale. It's going to be hard because you need to bring, it's going to be hard to, and when I say at scale, is a significant portion of the country kind of joining. But it has larger implementation challenges for sure. Like in Colombia, for those of you know, you can't really, the school decides the book that they want to buy for the teachers. The teachers decide what curriculum to teach. There's level of decentralization is significant. So decentralized systems need to be much more rigorous, much more disciplined, and they need to think about change management in an even more robust way, because you need to convince a lot of stakeholders down down the scaffolding to be able to do the change that you're dreaming of doing. However, Colombia has good examples of programs that actually worked at scale in many different systems, like Escuela Nueva. So again, my time is up. A couple of things. Again, thank you for coming. I appreciate this. Hopefully you can leave with the idea of in your systems, in your situations, the word quality again being front and center. It was already there. To think about it's possible, but there are some elements that are going to increase our probability of success. Please be on the lookout for our article, which is going to provide all the examples of the systems, all the specifics, all the details behind all of this. I'm giving you kind of a sneak preview of our insights and reports. And if you have any questions, I'm going to be here the rest of the afternoon and happy to answer them. And thank you, Wise, for the invitation.
stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, just take it one day at a time. Feeling like you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, just take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Dr. Asma Al-Fadala, Director of Research. We will share today our research report that is based on partnership with the Ministry of Education in Qatar and the lessons learned. So first of all, I want to introduce myself, then Shelby will also introduce herself, and we will share the agenda. We will try to make it an interactive session. So how to make it relevant also for your context. So I work as the Director of Research at WISE, the World Innovation Summit for Education. It's an initiative of Qatar Foundation. I started my career a long time ago, a teacher, physics teacher, then moved as a school leader, policy analyst. So I moved from working in schools and practices to research and policies. I worked with RAND Corporation as a policy analyst, working with policymakers for the policymakers. Then did my PhD around the educational reform in Qatar and the leadership role in implementing the reform. In general, educational transformation with a focus on capacity building for teachers and school leaders has been a focus for my research in the last few years. So as a conclusion, my experience and my expertise in the last 25 years, trying to bridge the gap between research, policy, and the practice. And today presentation, we will share an example of that, working with the Ministry of Education.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shelby Cosner. I'm a professor at the University of Illinois, Chicago. I also direct UIC Center for Urban Ed Leadership. We share some similarities with our backgrounds in that prior to moving into an academic position, I was a school leader for a number of years, 2 large middle schools. Transitioned into my position in the academy almost 20 years ago. At the University of Illinois, Chicago, I was one of the co-leaders of our principal preparation program at UIC. That program in the United States is one of just a very small handful that's been identified as exemplary. My research over the years has been on how leaders improve organizations, and specifically schools and school districts, and how we prepare and develop leaders. And when I think about leaders, I'm thinking about principals, teacher leaders, district level leaders, working individually and collectively in more distributed leader models. Our work in the center really spans both work in the United States, but work across the globe, and specifically over the last 5 to maybe 8 years, our work internationally has been centered in the Global South and the MENA regions. Dr. Asma and I have had a chance to collaborate over the last 5 or 6 years on a variety of research and development projects, and we'll be going in depth into one of those projects today. So as background just for this format, there'll be 3 or 4 areas that we're going into in our discussion today. And as we do that, each section will have a turn and talk. We're wanting you to be able to talk about a couple of topics with colleagues near. And we're envisioning that we have people from lots of different settings. One of the things that we want to learn right now is how many people are from South America. So we can get hands, if you will, just to let us know how many are from how many people are from North America. How many people are from Europe or Asia, and other settings that I haven't called out. So we really have a balance of international contexts coming together. That'll be to our advantage. You'll see that it'll be interactive as we go, but at the end we're going to have time for Q&A as well. Now, when we think about this, we think about it as being really relevant for an international audience, so that's great. We've got people coming from many different places. People who are in ministries of education would be excellent. People who are in education organizations, both public and private, who are really interested in issues of leader development, or those who are designers of leader development programs. People in these sorts of roles will find our conversation today particularly of value. Our interest is really thinking about how we strengthen student learning outcomes and life outcomes for students in schools, particularly following the pandemic. And our talk is really intended to help us think about how we do that, the kinds of strategies that allow us to do that. We will start, because our talk is really about school leader development. We're going to talk first about why school leader development is so important. And you'll see that both of us will chime in at various places along the way, but we have a real growing body of literature that helps us to understand the importance of school leaders, and particularly the importance of school leaders for strengthening organizational outcomes in schools and for impacting student learning. Now, in the United States, for example, just in the last 2 years, a really powerful report came out in 2021 by Jason Grissom and his team from Vanderbilt. They looked at 20 years worth of research from the United States, primarily, to identify the impact that school leaders have, when they're strong, on student learning. Now, many of us were aware of an earlier report in 2004 that identified school leaders as having notable impacts on student learning. This report really suggests that the 2004 report underestimated the impact that principals have. Some of the things that we hear from that report: principals have a large effect on student learning. The effectiveness of a principal is more important than the effectiveness of an individual teacher because of this person's impact across the school and on all classrooms. School leader development, therefore, is likely the most efficient way to affect student achievement. And such investments that would be made by ministries of education or other entities are likely to have a higher ceiling on potential return. So we think those things are important, but there's a broader literature that supports this beyond just literature in the United States.
Yeah. Thank you, Shelby. Just to build on that, because this study is about Qatar and the program that we looked at and designed and implemented in Qatar. So we looked at the literature also in the Global South to have relevant practices and evidence from the same context.
So when you look in the paper, and we'll make sure you know where you can find it, you'll see that we look at a broad variety of literature that really helps us to understand the importance of leaders in all sorts of school contexts around the globe. So as we think about that, though, what becomes concerning is that we also know at the same time there is a real lack of highly skilled leaders in schools throughout the globe, and most notably in places where there are not compulsory expectations for either preparation before you move into the role or development once you're in the role of school leader. So that really amplifies the need for leader development. As we think about ministries of education and educational organizations working in partnership to think about educational recovery post-pandemic, we believe that leader development needs to be a part of a recovery strategy that's multifaceted. And yes, attention very directly to teacher development will be important, but attention to leader development is equally important. That's our jump-off point for our work and conversation today. So as we think about our conversation, we want to examine school leader development, very particularly today. And we want to look at a program that's been cultivated in Qatar over the last 7 years in partnership between the Ministry of Education and Higher Education and also the Qatar Foundation.
Yeah, thank you, Shelby. So this is the one. So just to share some about the context in Qatar and how this is relevant to your context coming from different background in different countries. The idea came, as part of my PhD findings that to manage the education and reform, we need to invest in the capacity building for school leaders. So we designed, implemented a program called Empowering Leaders of Learning. Shelby will talk about the design later on. But just to give you a context about Qatar, Qatar is part of the MENA region, and it's also a non-OECD member. We also looked at as part of the reform that started in 2002, 2004, the educational reform, that was the phase of the design. Then came the implementation. Also, we have, it's called Education for a New Era reform. We also have the National Vision 2030 and the human element and capacity building for schools is part, as an important part. We have 4 levels of schools. Qatar is a small country, almost 100,000 students. Public schools less than 350 schools in total, but we have also private schools. Most of the teachers are non-Qatari. They come from the Arab region, but most of the school principals are from Qatar. And most schools, they have a team of school leaders, and this is relevant to when we designed the program. So we have school principal, vice principal for academic, vice principal for administration, and then subject coordinators. So these are the priorities, and it helped also to build and design the program. We have the National Leadership Standards. It was implemented in 2012, but it went through several changes. We have also leadership preparation, licensing requirements, especially for teachers. They have specific development requirements. They need to do a specific training and capacity building. This is linked to their also evaluation. And also they have high quality programs, preparation and development from the Ministry of Education and organizations outside, like WISE and Qatar Foundation. So this is the context. Yes, this is talking about the status of the program. So Qatar is an emerging national context related to school leadership, development policies and funding, because when we looked at the literature and different programs, these programs are in different stages. More recent registration, licensing, producing, following appointment to school leader role based on their interest, basic school leader development provider required for those in school leaders posts. Before moving into that questions, I think just to give you overall, Qatar is investing in the capacity building of schools to improve the system, and we will focus on that.
When we looked at Qatar as an example, we recognized that national policy context related to educational leader development as one that we would label as emergent. And we did that because most of the national attention to leader development has happened within the last 20 years. And we're beginning to see, for example, national leadership standards. They came into place in 2007 only. They've been revised several times since then. We've seen some attention to preparation, some attention to leader development. But that's very different than, for example, the context that I'm from in the United States, which we would call a more mature context. Leader standards have been in place for a very long time in the United States, have been revised many, many times. In the United States, we require compulsory preparation before you move into a principal role. We would call it a mature context because so many of those features are in place, and they have been for many years. So we're interested in having you, as you think about your national context from the country that you're in, turn and talk to a neighbor and think about each one of these levels of not yet emergent, developing, and mature. Thinking about it from the lens of school leader development, where do you think your country might be at in terms of the kinds of infrastructure that are at place to support strong school leaders in all schools throughout the country? And just spend 1 minute just having an exchange conversation about your take on your national context. So you've been talking with a colleague about your national context. We would love to just see a show of hands. As you were thinking about your own national context, how many of you think about that context as one that's not yet emergent? So we've got several hands that are not yet emergent. All right. And then how about emergent in a way that would probably look somewhat similar to Qatar? Several hands there. How many believe your context would be more developing? Several. And then how about mature? Several. So we're really evenly distributed across those four national contexts. That's useful for us to think about. We think about these policy considerations as being supportive of advancing a leader development agenda. So what we want to be able to do is talk to you very briefly about a program, as we said, that was started 7 years ago and that's been sustained for school leadership teams in Qatar. It's a year-long program, so it's a high-dose program. We're not talking about 2 or 3 hours of development. It complements existing development that school leaders are receiving in that country by design. And importantly, we're going to talk to you about the public-private partnership that brought that program about. We believe that in many contexts, public-private partnerships will be essential for moving forward a leader development agenda.
So here we want to talk about forming and sustaining the partnership in Qatar. To be honest, one of the reasons we thought to share the lessons learned, because when we started this program, it wasn't an easy journey, and we learned a lot from this experience. Working with the Ministry of Education, they have a different working approach, they have different priorities, so how to build and have a same vision and purpose that support schools and support students was really key to build on that. But we need to understand the beginning was not easy, and still we need to build on and work together. So the presence of an initial champion inside one of the organizations who takes the lead at making connections and building relationships. So myself and my team, working with the team from the Ministry of Education, is the Professional Development Office, to support and strengthen this partnership, especially during COVID. So during COVID, we didn't stop, and we moved to a hybrid model. Shelby will talk more about it. It took a lot of effort, coordination, so we need someone from operation and we need someone from strategy on both organizations to facilitate and continue this implementation, plus having Shelby as expert facilitating, designing, working with the schools in terms of coaching, mentoring, was really powerful. So think about it, there is a role for WISE, there is a role for the Ministry of Education, there is a role for Shelby and UIC to bring this into action. Having a goal, shared goal, I think was really important, because as you know, the Ministry of Education is a busy organization. They have different priorities. So how to make sure this is part of priorities. We just had lunch together, and one of the discussion I had with Shelby, how now we have some changes in the Ministry of Education. We had the World Cup. It changed a lot of the priorities. So how we have this conversation again to strengthen and implement the program with more schools. Yeah, we talked about the internal champions within each organization. Also attention to the development of trusting relationships approach for communication. This was really key to create, to build, and to sustain. I'm sure you work with the Ministry of Education in your context. Building the trust is so important and powerful to share that we as WISE, as a private or someone from outside the ministry, is here to support you, is here not to evaluate, but also, so we need that trust relationship. Especially we come with research design, and people outside research space, they look at our role differently. So we need to build the trust, and we need to make sure that they understand our role, and we understand their role as well, and also the communication. Program planning done collaboratively by both partner organizations, that's really key. Shelby spent hours and hours with the Ministry of Education designing their priorities, the changes, and all of that. So this is an important part to have it as part of the partnership and also part of the design. Distribution of program coordinations across both partner organizations, especially during COVID. So you can imagine one of the challenge was they allow to have the program during the school hour. And Shelby was in Chicago facilitating the program in a different time zone. So that was a very challenging. I'm glad Shelby supported this. It was early morning or late night her time. And so how to think about the logistics, how to coordinate that. We can't have training for schools after school hour. But we had a great partner who supported that. The same with translation. Not all schools, teachers and school principals speak English. And even if they speak and communicate, it has written material, it has a lot of thinking and exercises and coaching that needs translation. So investing in logistics, translation, learning from these best practices was really key to build and sustain the partnership.
So our next turn and talk is really about partnerships. In the Qatar program, there was a strong partnership that was forged between the Ministry of Education and Higher Education and between the foundation. For example, in my own program in Chicago, it is also a program for school leaders that is enacted in partnership. Now, our partnership is between the university and a local school district, but the partnership is equally important to the enactment of the program. So our next turn talk is about, if you are associated with a program, would you say the program is enacted in partnership in any way? And if so, who are the partnering entities? We're interested in having you think about that. We think the partner landscape could be very broad, but that would be one of the questions. Can you identify the partner entities? And do you have thoughts about what catalyzed the connection between those partnership organizations? So turn and talk, just as you did last time, for one more quick minute of exchange, and then we'll pull you back together. Now, we'll come back together. You've had a chance to just quickly talk about the extent to which partnerships are at play in programs that you're aware of or a part of. In the paper that we've written about this work, you'll see that we draw attention to existing literature on partnerships. There's a really nice body of literature about partnerships. If you're interested in learning more about partnerships, why they're important, how they get established, we'll point you in the direction of that literature actually in the paper. But what you see, especially in our context, the partnership allowed for the pooling of resources and expertise, both of which were important to allowing this program to be initiated and to actually be sustained over a period of time. Now, we want to dive in with our remaining time into the actual program that was delivered so you can get a sense of what it looked like and what the leaders were experiencing. And so to do that, we want you to understand that as we started this design, our number one goal was to create a program that was responsive to the national context and to the learning needs of leaders in that context. This isn't about having a framework or a way of thinking about developing leaders and bringing it to another context. And so to do that, we started by doing a lot of learning. And I, as the lead designer, my job is to design learning designs for leaders all over the world. It starts by learning about local context, doing a lot of reading about that context, interviewing and talking with as many people as I could from the Ministry of Education, from the foundation. It meant conducting focus groups with school leaders and learning very clearly about their school day, about their work, about their hopes and dreams for their schools, about their struggles and challenges. We spent a lot of time looking at work tasks, artifacts of leadership practice, things that leaders had been working on in their school. The Ministry of Education had a team of individuals that could translate those artifacts from Arabic to English so I could look at them and appreciate the work that leaders were tasked with doing and understand the nature and quality of their work. All of those things allowed us to learn a lot about what leaders were doing in their actual schools and about their learning needs. And all of that factored into our creation of the learning design. We also looked at the leadership standards to begin thinking about what all leaders in that nation need to know and be able to do, to think about how to align our learning to those standards. As we said earlier, we designed this to support leadership teams. We did that very intentionally. We recognized that many teams had never had development as a team. We recognized that many individuals who were in leadership roles were operating in very siloed or independent ways. We learned that as we interviewed people. And we learned that we could teach them about collective leadership and about working in collaboration. And so by design, we brought teams of leaders, principals, academic vice principals, and subject coordinators in a 5-person team together. We wanted to help them shift away from working individually to collaboratively, and also to shift away from more of an operational management role to one that's more instructionally focused and more focused on learning, not just for the students, but for all the adults in the school. We identified a set of key learning objectives. I won't read through those. If you're interested, you'll be able to look at those in detail in the paper. But in general, we wanted to build collaboration across the team in collaborating to engage in instructionally and focused, learning-focused work that would help teachers strengthen their practice and help improve student learning. The program was a multi-element learning design, and when I say multi-element, I mean that we were doing more than one thing to support learning. It was also a hybrid experience, and we'll talk through that. We had, one of the elements was a large group experience. Each one of the leadership teams came together so that all the teams were present in a room like this. It allowed them to learn with and from one another, as well as learning directly from me. But in another format, they met individually as a school leadership team with me as their elbow partner, where I could coach and work jointly with them on their work. And then lastly, we had in-person settings in their school, where I was out in the school with the leadership team and working with them as a group in their school, doing leadership work in the school setting. So those 3 elements were a part of it. The first 2 virtual, the last one in person in Doha. You can, as you look at the screen, you can get a sense of how we sequenced learning from January on the left until November. We had each quarter 1 large group meeting and 1 small team meeting with me providing coaching to them each quarter. And we ended with an in-depth 1 full day in each one of the schools with the teams where I could engage jointly with them.
Just to add on the design, earlier I mentioned that I worked as a teacher and a school leader, and in that system, when I used to have professional development, we used to work in isolation. We didn't come as a team. So having this as a powerful to bring teams together was really important and part of the design, because part of this partnership, we want to provide something unique. Earlier in explaining the context, schools, they have a lot of opportunities, and when we looked at most of it, they don't bring them as teams, so we want to strengthen that and bringing them to work collectively.
So in our hybrid context, we had 3 ways of actually convening in that format. And we all remember living through the pandemic and having circumstances around the pandemic changing almost momentarily without advance notice. In our virtual settings, some of them were done so that every individual participating came into one room like this. And they were together in a group while I was being beamed in. In other times in the pandemic, each leadership team met in their respective school. They met in one location as a team, and each one of the schools I was connecting in with at the same time simultaneously. In the third setting, every person participated from her home because conditions were not such that even small groups could be together. Most important for our learning, we wanted to use the school as a learning resource. Leadership practice is not something that's done in isolation, a leader in his or her office, but it's something they're doing with teachers, with students, in classrooms, with the materials that are available in a school. So we recognized that we needed to get people to use their school as a learning resource by applying their learning, but also by placing some of the learning physically in their school. You'll see that part of what we did on the last learning experience that was actually structured in Doha was spending a full day in each of the schools where I traveled into classrooms. We had an interpreter present for me. We would, as a group, observe instruction and take note of what we were observing. And then we would come back together as a team and make sense of what we had observed in classrooms so that we could not evaluate an individual teacher, but begin to think about the learning implications for teachers in that school. So we wanted to make learning active, and the research would suggest that if you're wanting to cultivate practices, learning has to be made active, where leaders must apply what they're learning. They can't be listening to learning, and we hope that they apply it. We have to force them in a loving way to actually do something in their schools. So we designed a set of work tasks that you see running from the left to the right that they actually had to do in their schools. They had to create an instructional vision for what strong instruction looked like. They had to develop classroom observation tools to see whether or not that vision was present in their classrooms. They had to actually then use that tool to collect information from a variety of classrooms in their school. As a team, they had to sit and look at that collected data and draw conclusions not about an individual teacher, but about the nature of instruction across their school. So they would learn with me, but then they would go and do in their school setting. I had the advantage then of being able to have every one of those streams of work translated back from Arabic to English so I could look at it, understand the nature of their work, things that were next edges of growth, and build that into future learning experiences with the leaders. Now, as we think about the virtual component of learning, there were a number of things that we needed to do, particularly in a setting where we had Arabic speakers and an English learning facilitator. We had to source and create our materials in advance so that they could all be translated from English to Arabic so that our leaders could get them usually about a week in advance and look at those materials before we use them. When we had sessions, we had graphics that simplified text. We didn't want material that was text heavy. And then when we actually went into the setting, we used Zoom with an immediate interpretation function, operating much like we are today. And we practiced ahead of time so that we knew that we were working at the right pace for the translation.
And this is also part of building the trust. I mean, providing material that in their first language, that they can interact, think. It's part also of building the trust with them.
The last thing I would say about that, it would have been impossible to do this without the Ministry of Education. They provided translation supports. I could send materials, and in a very quick turnaround, those materials would be translated in user-friendly way for all of our participants.
Because we shared a vision and a purpose, and that's why they put effort in making it possible.
So as we designed the program, we wanted to begin with the end in mind, and we thought very carefully about what we want to impact as a result of this experience. We weren't looking at engaging leaders and having them feel satisfied, though we wanted them to be satisfied with the learning experience. We wanted to know that because of the program, they were developing stronger routines of collaboration as leaders. They were developing stronger collective and individual leader practices. And as a result of those practices, they were able to lead learning for teachers in areas that were important for those teachers. Teachers would improve their instructional practices, and ultimately that would impact student learning. So what you're seeing on the screen is what we would call our impact logic of the things that we wanted to impact because of this learning design. So the last turn and talk that we want to have you focus on is thinking about a program that you have been connected with to determine who are the program participants. You've heard about the program participants in our experience. What was the time frame and the overall dosage? And then what are the learning objectives? And are there any other design elements? This is a quick exchange, so pick any of those points that you'd like to share about a program that you're familiar with from your context. So we will come back together one last time. We are wanting to, there are many other things that we discuss in the paper, and we'll encourage you to take a look at that. We share our impact results in the paper. We talk about some of the design elements in a little bit more detail, so you'll get a sense of those. In particular, you'll get a sense of how we thought about using those school visits really deeply. That became a really important part of the learning. Another really important part that I talked about very briefly, but we elaborated in the paper, is this ongoing collection of work tasks from leaders, and the translation really allowed me as a learning designer to very quickly understand what leaders were learning about and they were struggling with, so I could keep adding that into the learning design. Those things we talk about in more detail, but we wanted to wrap up today with summarizing key recommendations that we would share with you if you're thinking about trying to advance work like this in your own context.
Yeah, so for the recommendation related to partnerships, as I mentioned earlier, we need to engage multiple individuals in both organizations or 3 organizations. It depends on the type of collaboration, and at different levels, on a strategy level, on the logistics and operation. Take early steps to build goals that you all agree. So when you face a problem like COVID, how you come up with solutions to make this as a smooth transition. Develop clear roles and responsibilities. We have people to translate. We will send this, early morning. So that type of details of responsibilities makes the partnership smoother. And work initially and over time to develop and maintain trust and respect, of course, as I mentioned earlier, and collaborate in the planning, design, and the communication. And one last thing I want to share about this specific program, because there is benefit for the ministry and the end users, the schools, but also for us as WISE team, for me as director, as a researcher as well. Connecting and working with the schools is so important, because we can't improve policies and we produce research reports and papers without connecting with the practices and people on the ground.
And then I'll wrap up as we start to think about the program design recommendations. I have many thoughts on strong program design. I'm happy to talk with anybody if you're interested about what makes for really strong learning designs for leaders, either individuals or leadership teams. For today, we wanted to pull out just several to really amplify. First, it's important to develop responsive learning designs. That starts initially, where you have to do a deep dive into that national context or that local setting. You must learn about that culture. You must learn about the work of those leaders, boots on the ground. You must learn about their hopes and dreams for their schools and about their work challenges. Looking at leader work tasks to understand their work and to see strengths and next edges of growth in the work are important. You must do that initially. Then you must do that over time. As they're engaging in work for the development program, you must look at their work so that you can understand what's stronger and weaker about that work and keep using that information to shape future learning experiences. We would encourage you to think about leadership teams as a point of development. It's not just in our setting we want to develop collaboration, but a second benefit is they're getting to learn with and from one another. They have learning partners on this journey, and that became really, really important. Third point, making learning active, and that means people have to move away from reading about something or listening to somebody talk, but they actually have to begin doing something in their school as they're learning about it. They need supports to do that, but making learning active where they must try something in their school with your support becomes critical. And then lastly, to do that, you must think carefully about how to use that leader's school as a learning resource. That is really important, and we thought very carefully about the kinds of learning activities that we wanted leaders to do in their schools by themselves, and the kinds of activities we wanted them to do with me present where I was an elbow partner. These four things we think are absolutely critical for learning designs. So that is our program. That's a little bit about the national context and about the partnership. We're happy to take any questions that you have in relation to anything that we've talked about. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that's a great question. We go into that in more detail in the paper, and I would love to elaborate it a bit now. The partnership made it happen elegantly, and I really do mean that. Now, I want to tell you on the front end, I really was terrified. But I also am a believer that you take on things that terrify you. And so on the front end, we had a team to really think about how we were going to do this. So it started by all of the materials we developed in advance. They all got translated. I knew the leaders had had a chance to look at them. When I walked into the virtual space, and for example, when leaders were in a room like this, we had 5 to 8 people that were multilingual in the room. And so as I was communicating with them in English and it was being translated in Arabic, I had individuals in the room that spoke both languages, and every time leaders were engaged in small group, they were positioned in small groups. And they were immediately back channeling to me using WhatsApp exactly what the tabletop conversations were. So I, in real time, had information table to table to table about how people were making meaning of what was going on. Now, there were leaders in the room that spoke English and that were occasionally posing questions in English, But that back channel WhatsApp information in real time was powerful because it allowed me to think about how I needed to re-elaborate something, drop some content, move on to certain content, or even reframe an activity that I wanted leaders to do. That happened with every learning experience that we had. And so in addition to having the translated materials, having the people embedded that in real time were able to translate and help me to understand what was going on was powerful.
We also worked behind the scene with the Ministry of Education, getting feedback, what was difficult, what was interesting to build on. So ongoing feedback behind the scene with the ministry. So myself and my team joined as observer as part of this training. And I remember WhatsApping Shelby as well. So yeah, that type of partnership we had.
And the last thing I would say about that, as I said earlier, we practiced ahead of time. So we would, if the leaders were coming in at a certain time, we would be together an hour in advance, and we practiced exactly the cadence of our talk and break points so that we knew that when we started to interact, we were doing so at a tempo and a cadence that made sense for everybody.
And working online was not easy, so we made sure to have short break, moving around, that sort of thing to make it easier.
Did you find additional resistance because of gender, maybe? Because here in Colombia, we have a lot of principals who are male, and when you have a female teacher with them or instructor, it gets a little difficult sometimes or many times.
Well, the schools, we had all female teachers and school principals, but we had resistance as well, especially at early stage, even before Shelby joined us, when we worked with them. You can feel the resistance, and it's not about schools don't want to learn and grow. They have different priorities. So that's why building the trust, listening to their hopes and interests, what do they want, that's how we build. It's not, it's custom, it's made based on their context, and each individual, each team is different. But resistance, I think, for either training, for change, resistance for reform is, I mean, we are human and people, because we're talking about changing people behavior, and you know, we will always face resistance.
I would say I'll make two comparisons. When I was working with these leaders, it was the cohort was entirely female, and I do think that was an advantage for me. And they had prior developers that were male, and I do think that created a unique opportunity for me. But I've done work in other contexts, for example, in India, where I had a completely balanced profile of male and female leaders. And I think the thing that advantaged me in that setting was really partly what Dr. Asma was referring to. In any situation, I have met all the leaders that I'm developing. I have had focus groups with them to learn about their work and to listen very carefully. And to usually, before a learning design, let them know exactly what I heard from them, so that they could know that I not just asked them, but I was listening. And because of that, here's how I'm thinking about enacting the learning design. And when I was in India doing that, I didn't experience what I would call any resistance from male or female leaders, but I think they saw me much more as an elbow partner who was listening and trying to shape things that were responsive to what they felt were their more immediate needs. I know right now in Chicago Public Schools, for example, for the last 4 years, I've led all of the development for all of the senior leaders and the network chiefs who are principal supervisors. And it's a mixed group of male and female. And we literally, in that work, spent 6 months interviewing to help us learn what their learning needs were directly from them. And once we did all that interviewing and looked at a variety of data, we told them, here's what you told us, here's how we think about a learning design, did we get it right? And they said, almost all of it you did, but we want to friendly amend in a couple of ways. And again, that sort of practice at the beginning, I think, opens up a very different interaction between a person who's the lead facilitator and those who are engaging in the learning experience.
And it was the Ministry of Education choice to choose female teachers, female schools, so it wasn't wise choice.
I think that is time. I think we're getting the signal. So thank you everybody for joining the conversation. We'd love to talk to you more if you have any questions. And as we said, there will be a paper that will be posted at
the website.
At the website. Thanks everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome. Thanks so much for coming, and to those of you tuning online, welcome. Just a little bit of housekeeping. This session will be in Spanish, so there's translation services available. My introduction will be in English. My name is Niamh. I'm part of the team at Wise Qatar Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here at GEF and Wise at Medellín. And I'm delighted to introduce our host for this session, Ana Maria Rad, founder of Fundación Reimagina and Emprendo en Casa. This session is based on digital learning transformation, how to screen, curate and guide the use of digital educational resources. So we're delighted to have Ana here, and please help me in welcoming her.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you, Niamh. Gracias también a Wise y al GEF, y sobre todo a ustedes por darse el tiempo de venir acá, y también el interés por escuchar esta conversación. Quiero preguntarles primero, ¿quiénes de ustedes trajo un celular hoy día con acceso a internet? Ya. Muy bien, muy bien. Iba a partir con una foto de mi primer día de clases hace 50 años para decirles que en mi época y en las suyas no había internet ni celular, pero ahora les pregunté lo del celular por otra cosa, no se preocupen. Quería también saber quiénes de acá son profesores, docentes, maestros. Muy bien. Que trabajen en organizaciones o fundaciones de educación. Muy bien. ¿Y en temas digitales? Ah, ya, qué bien. Se repiten, ¿ah? Se repiten los platos. Bien. Bueno, esta conversación tiene que ver con lo que nosotros hemos venido haciendo desde la Fundación Reimagina. Yo hoy día les quiero contar reflexiones a partir de dos iniciativas importantes que tenemos. Nosotros somos una organización sin fines de lucro muy chiquitita que está situada en Chile. Mi acento no es chileno, es ecuatoriano achilenado, por si alguien tiene la duda. Y lo que nosotros buscamos es la transformación de los aprendizajes. Durante la pandemia y previo a la pandemia creamos ecosistemas de aprendizaje, es decir, grupos de organizaciones de distintos tipos, rubros, áreas, para impulsar los aprendizajes a través de plataformas digitales. Y tuvimos una experiencia muy interesante en lo que es selección, curaduría y usos de contenidos digitales, que hoy día es parte de la reflexión. Pero después de contarles esto, yo creo que lo importante de plantearnos hoy es que mientras yo les voy a ir contando este slide que tienen acá, que dura aproximadamente menos de un minuto, y mientras va pasando ese minuto, en Google van a ver 3,5 millones de búsquedas. Esa cantidad de búsquedas van a estar pasando mientras nos ponemos un poquito en ambiente de esta conversación. Van a haber 72 horas de videos subidos en YouTube. Es decir, usuarios formales, informales, institucionales, personales, que están subiendo contenido. Amazon habrá vendido 100.000 artículos. Habremos enviado más de 156 millones de mails y 1.800.000 likes. Yo creo que son más los likes, porque hoy día estamos en la cultura del like. Pero eso solo en un minuto, y por lo tanto cuando uno se pregunta por qué estamos hablando de contenidos digitales, de su curaduría, de su uso, tiene que ver con esto, con que el foco no es solo la generación y distribución de contenidos, sino el para qué la educación está utilizándolos, está generándolos, y cuál es ese quiebre o cuál es ese giro que tenemos que dar para efectivamente utilizar toda esta vertiente de información en beneficio de las transformaciones educativas. Entonces, junto con eso, también tenemos el otro lado de la moneda, si lo podríamos ver así, yo lo veo un poco así, es que mientras más acceso a tecnología tenemos, mayor digitalización, pues en Latinoamérica y en general en el mundo, tenemos unas brechas educativas enormes. Aquí quienes están y son maestros y están trabajando en educación lo sabrán muy bien. Pero esa frase que dice ahí, perdón porque voy a tomar agua, que 4 de cada 5 niños menores de 10 años no podrá comprender esa información que ustedes están viendo ahí. Así de dramático es la observación o el dato que entrega el Banco Mundial. 3/4 de los jóvenes de entre 15 y 24 años están lejos de adquirir las habilidades, o sea, no solo los conocimientos, sino también las habilidades que se requieren para el empleo. Y 40% de los jóvenes en América Latina no logra realizar cálculos matemáticos sencillos, según los informes de PISA. Y por lo tanto, si uno lo ve ya como en la perspectiva de la pandemia, hemos perdido el 88% de un año de aprendizajes. Esas son las estadísticas. Por lo tanto, mi invitación hoy día es a pensar en el uso y en el desarrollo, curaduría de contenidos digitales, teniendo el factor de inclusión y equidad y de desafío educativo a la base. Bueno, ¿por qué digo esto? Porque, y ya lo vimos en la mañana también, me parece que en la introducción, el eje principal para poder pensar para qué estamos desarrollando contenidos digitales es la educación que queremos. Lo que está pasando hoy día, y esto es un informe del 2023, o sea, de ahora, que tiene información de Chile, pero que es un estudio Kids Online, les recomiendo que lo revisen, porque es un informe global que hacen varios países y le preguntan a los niños y a los jóvenes en varias de sus preguntas, que tiene otras dimensiones también, cómo utilizan la tecnología en los colegios. Y si se fijan, 87% de niños y niñas reportan que le piden buscar información para realizar las tareas escolares. Es decir, estamos llevando al mundo, migrando al mundo digital exactamente las mismas prácticas que el mundo físico. Es decir, les estamos pidiendo al mundo digital que sea una enciclopedia, nada más. Les estamos pidiendo, por ejemplo, utilizar Internet para enviar tareas o trabajos, es decir, utilizar la tecnología como un mero puente, es decir, mandemos información, recojamos, por supuesto que ayuda en muchos casos para lo que es evaluación o de alguna manera la gestión de la parte pedagógica en los colegios, pero sigue siendo muy alto el uso de Internet para tareas y trabajos muy simples. Y 77% cree que revisar un video, o sea, que le piden revisar un video para estudiar las materias vistas en clases. Por lo tanto, yo me pregunto, y también preguntémonos justamente, ¿qué es lo que debemos cambiar? ¿Qué es lo que debemos cambiar cuando tenemos, ya lo vimos en un minuto, una vertiente de información digital y por otro lado una brecha enorme educativa y a su vez unas prácticas pedagógicas que las seguimos manteniendo en el siglo XX, que ya es bastante desactualizado? Entonces, los quiero invitar a participar, a que saquen sus celulares, a que le tomen una foto a ese código QR o si quieren lo pueden hacer metiéndose a menti.com, utilizando ese código, saquen nomás los celulares y respondamos juntos qué es lo que debe cambiar en la educación. Pueden entrar, si no les sirve el QR, menti.com 74301639 y creo que yo tengo que activar aquí. Estamos... Muy bien. Les van a salir 3 opciones de palabras, juéguenselas, sueñen. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que cambiar en la educación justamente para poder converger, enfrentar, abordar estos desafíos de digitalización y de transformación educativa? Porque no es la digitalización per se, sino una digitalización al servicio de los aprendizajes. ¿Me cuentan quién pudo responder para saber qué tan? ¿Ok? ¿Alguien tiene problemas? Levantes para ayudarlos, ¿no? A los amigos de tecnología, si pueden mostrar eso. Vamos mostrando a ver qué vamos a ir construyendo juntos. Pueden mostrar eso. Muy bien. Qué bien. La pedagogía al medio. Las metodologías, la forma de evaluar, la didáctica, el aprender de memoria, los paradigmas, ese enfoque que nos acerca o nos aleja de la realidad de los estudiantes, la tradición, qué difícil cambiar la tradición porque hay cosas que sí no funcionan y la tradición es muy necesaria cuando uno piensa también en la innovación y en el futuro, pero cuánto de esa tradición necesitamos cambiar. La evaluación tiene que ver mucho con los incentivos que estamos poniendo al interior de la sala de clases y fuera también. Sigue apareciendo la didáctica, la pedagogía, el cómo, ¿no? No solo tenemos que cambiar el qué, sino el cómo estamos abordando una sala de clases. Bien, muchas gracias por construir esta nube de conceptos juntos y por coincidir también, porque yo creo que eso es súper importante, que más allá de que estemos en un país en particular, en un grupo que comparte visiones educativas, pueda coincidir también en esta importante visión. ¿Podemos ya pasar al otro PowerPoint, por favor? Bueno, entonces, con esta introducción, lo que nosotros hemos venido como planteando desde la Fundación Reimagina y sus distintos programas, pero más allá de los programas y más allá de lo que nosotros hacemos, es cómo diseñar, curar y desarrollar estos contenidos digitales a la luz de los desafíos educativos. Entonces, yo primero quiero como transparentar cuáles son esos desafíos que nosotros vemos que son los que hay que abordar, porque uno podría decir, los desafíos son muchos, estos son los que nosotros priorizamos, ¿no? Por un lado, pasar de soluciones aisladas al trabajo colaborativo. La búsqueda de contenidos, estrategias, recursos digitales que saquen a los docentes, a los maestros, a los profesores de esa isla en la cual muchas veces se encuentran, de trabajo muy solitario, de trabajo que reinventamos la rueda todo el tiempo, ¿no? Volvemos desde cero a pensar en cómo podríamos enseñarle a nuestros estudiantes, no sé, un contenido A y pasar hacia la colaboración. Lo segundo es buscar recursos, contenidos, estrategias que vayan de un cambio marginal, específico, que es muy importante tener cambios específicos, pero también proyectar una innovación profunda, es decir, no quedarnos solo en las formas, es decir, la innovación pensando solo como un output, algo al final del camino, sino como un proceso, y eso requiere hacernos la pregunta de cuál es el cambio pedagógico, la transformación educativa que realmente queremos tener, y a partir de ahí poder decidir cuáles son esos contenidos, recursos que queremos desarrollar. Un tercer desafío, y esto yo creo que lo compartimos transversalmente, no solo en Latinoamérica, sino a nivel global, es que la tecnología, así como nos acerca, nos separa un montón. Y por lo tanto, cada vez que nos enfrentamos a la búsqueda de contenidos, de recursos, de estrategias, tenemos que tener a la inclusión como motor. Es decir, ese debe ser no solo el norte, sino también el proceso, en los procesos de testeo, en los procesos de diseño. Tiene que estar la inclusión y el que sean realmente recursos y soluciones que respondan a las necesidades y a los contextos específicos. Y la tecnología como catalizadora y no como un fin en sí mismo, ¿no? Entonces, esto porque el gran desafío, uno no lo resuelve en esta frase, pero claramente es llevar a nuestros jóvenes niños a fomentar una mentalidad innovadora, que desarrollen sus capacidades de resolver problemas, que puedan aplicar la creatividad, el pensamiento crítico, que utilicen las herramientas aplicadas a desafíos de la vida real. Es decir, pasar de la idea de una escuela, de un espacio educativo que enseña a uno que aprende. Y eso ustedes mismos lo han dicho de alguna manera en esta nube, cambiar esos paradigmas, ¿no? Y quiero hacer énfasis acá, porque esta no es una conversación solo técnica y táctica de cómo podemos abordar el desafío de los recursos digitales, sino también cómo son un driver, son una excusa, son un camino para esa transformación que estamos buscando. Entonces, teniendo eso como contexto, y disculpen por ser tan insistente en dónde nos estamos parando cuando buscamos soluciones educativas, creamos en el año de la pandemia, el 2020, este portal educativo que se llama aprendoencasa.org, que la verdad es que es una experiencia muy bonita y de la cual varias organizaciones que participan están hoy día en Wise. Y es básicamente nosotros lo hemos llamado un ecosistema de recursos, contenidos, estrategias, pero sobre todo organizaciones y voluntades que busca apurar, viabilizar, agilizar este cambio de paradigma, es decir, el para qué estamos educando, pero también el cómo, las estrategias, la pedagogía, y el qué asignaturas, en qué contenidos, etc. Esto está conformado principalmente por 80 organizaciones que están en 10 países de América Latina. Aprendo en Casa hoy día convoca a museos, universidades, organizaciones sin fines de lucro dedicadas a la educación, a emprendimientos tecnológicos, organizaciones que trabajan con primera infancia, organizaciones que trabajan, bueno, ya dije la universidad, con adultos, en fin, está Sésamo, o sea, en ese sentido busca esta diversidad, pero todas tienen algo súper en común, que es esta visión de transformación de la educación para el siglo XXI en América Latina, que la verdad es que suenan a palabras mayores, pero al final son organizaciones muy comprometidas con el hecho de que tenemos que cambiar la forma como estamos educando, porque si no, estamos ampliando la brecha, no solo digital, sino de inclusión y de participación de nuestros jóvenes. Entonces, eso para contarles más o menos, bueno, es una iniciativa que la desarrollamos desde la Fundación Reimagina con la asociación de la Oficina Regional de Harvard para Latinoamérica. Entonces, un primer principio de esta plataforma digital con contenidos, y aquí yo ya estoy entrando un poquito más en tema o en tierra firme del título de esta conversación, es la importancia de, al momento de pensar en nuevos contenidos y estrategias, ser un radar afinado, es decir, ya vimos que en un minuto pueden pasar miles de cosas en Internet y millones de información. El punto es, ¿cómo miramos eso? ¿Qué tipo de lentes nos ponemos para observar, seleccionar, agrupar, priorizar? Acá nosotros, desde Aprendo en Casa, primero reconocemos que nadie sobra, que en el mundo de los contenidos necesitamos ir, por supuesto, de los expertos en educación, pero también mirar más allá, mirar en los museos, mirar en las organizaciones que tienen temas específicos, por ejemplo, de ciencias, de medio ambiente, quienes están trabajando el cambio climático. Muchas veces no son organizaciones que se definen como educativas, pero resulta que terminan teniendo los mejores contenidos para poder realizar en la sala de clases una buena dinámica o proyecto con los estudiantes. Entonces, un primer principio es reconocer este ecosistema y que la información puede ser muy formal, y bienvenida sea la que esté sistematizada, ordenada, formalizada, y hay otra que tenemos que hacer el esfuerzo de ayudar a rescatarla, que está en una base de datos, o que la tiene un profesor que hizo una buena práctica, o lo tiene, como les decía, una organización que no está en el radar educativo y que necesitamos irlas a mirar. Un segundo principio es esta colaboración radical y propósito colectivo. A esto me refiero desde la experiencia de Aprendo en Casa, no todas las plataformas y los espacios de recursos digitales tienen que ir para allá, pero para nosotros ha sido muy importante el poder alinear, y para los usuarios, llámense docentes, maestros, como las familias, que también son usuarios de Aprendo en Casa, como los mismos estudiantes. Nosotros tenemos 3 niveles de beneficiarios, por decirlo así, ¿no? Los que están en aula, profesores y estudiantes, los que están en la casa, es decir, los adultos que acompañan la educación desde la casa, y las organizaciones mismas. Entonces, muy importante que tengamos este radar o estos principios afinados y compartidos. Nosotros hicimos un trabajo muy importante el año pasado, y este es solo un ejemplo porque al final a nosotros nos sirvió mucho, ¿ya? Estuvimos trabajando con la consultora McKinsey para que mirara de estas 80 organizaciones y casi 600 recursos digitales compartidos, ¿qué es lo que había en común? Entonces, por ejemplo, hicimos una radiografía de Aprendo en Casa en donde nosotros hoy día podemos ver que estamos súper bajos en herramientas de competencias digitales y estamos súper pasados para la otra, como para el otro lado, en habilidades para vivir, las competencias cívicas, mentalidad de crecimiento. Tenemos que crecer mucho en STEM. Entonces, cuando uno se plantea un desarrollo estratégico de contenidos, a nosotros nos sirvió mucho el no duplicar, no partamos de cero, miremos cómo está organizado de acuerdo al propósito que tenemos en educación, y en nuestro propósito ya más o menos se los contaba, que es poder apoyar esa transformación con foco en las habilidades del siglo XXI, mirar bien el ecosistema, mapearlo, tener un radar afinado. Es más, le preguntamos a las organizaciones de las cosas que comparten en Aprendo en Casa, las estrategias de uso. Entonces, estamos súper cargados a organizaciones que hacen formación en línea, formación gratuita, hay otras que tienen asistencia técnica que son pagadas, casi el 90% desarrolla las habilidades del siglo XXI, porque bueno, salimos a buscar organizaciones que hicieran eso y obviamente ya está reflejado, pero por ejemplo, hay muy pocas que hacen tutorías y hoy día los países se preguntan, post pandemia, ¿cómo podemos afinar la estrategia de tutorías en línea para poder reducir las brechas? Entonces, tipos de mapas sobre las ofertas de valor, sobre el foco que tienen las plataformas digitales son súper importantes de irlas como ordenando desde el propósito educativo y no al revés, no solo desde la necesidad de tener un número de videos, un número de animaciones, un número de PDFs, en fin. Otro principio es que nosotros creemos en la curaduría crowdsourcing, o si alguien me puede ayudar a traducir esta palabra, como en conjunto, de grupo, no sé, no encontré mejor palabra porque creo que esa en inglés está muy buena, en donde los lentes no solo lo tiene puesto el equipo a cargo de contenidos de Aprendo en Casa, sino cada una de estas organizaciones. Es un desafío, pero también es una mirada muy democrática y participativa de pedirles a las organizaciones, en este caso estamos hablando de 80, pero podrían ser 10 profesores, podrían ser 5 escuelas, podrían ser 2 oficinas ministeriales, depende un poco cómo uno vaya armando sus grupos de curaduría, ¿ya? Nosotros hacemos la curaduría desde las organizaciones. El primer sello de calidad es a quien invitamos a ser parte. Y el sello de calidad tiene que ver con la factura o la forma como están desarrollados los contenidos, pero también la pertinencia. Y muy importante, y cuidamos mucho que tengamos una visión global, porque ya vimos que los cambios que están pasando hoy día en Colombia, como en Ecuador, como en México, son globales, pero realmente donde está el mayor desafío es recuperar y hacer una curaduría local. Entonces, hacemos la mirada, el barrido, la selección de temas que son globales, buscamos muchísimo lo regional, y en ese sentido estamos muy orgullosos que el 90% de nuestras prácticas, contenidos, son de organizaciones y de contextos latinoamericanos, y localmente, es decir, que hayan sido probadas en distintas salas de clases, principalmente de América Latina, con internet, sin internet, rurales, urbanas, innovadoras, tradicionales. Y eso significa salir y estar con este radar afinado, pero también entendiendo que aquello que a veces aparece como, wow, tremenda experiencia en Singapur, que respetamos mucho, ¿cómo se ve eso en América Latina? ¿Quién lo hizo? ¿Cómo lo hizo? ¿Cuál es el contexto? Durante este día se ha nombrado muchísimo el tema del contexto, porque en innovación el contexto no da lo mismo. Es lo que genera más o menos inclusión al final del día. Y bueno, después, en esta experiencia de ir desarrollando Aprendo en Casa, teníamos, como les digo, este radar o la manera como buscamos o vamos curando los contenidos de acuerdo a las necesidades, pero también es evidente que tener una plataforma con contenidos digitales no resuelve todo y que nos jugamos el partido de la inclusión y de la transformación en los usos y en la capacidad de desarrollar las capacidades, valga la redundancia, de nuestros maestros, de los educadores, y por eso nosotros hemos creado o tenemos un área que hemos llamado el Laboratorio de Aprendizajes, que en el fondo es el espacio en donde conectamos los contenidos con la práctica, que esto uno lo puede hacer digital, lo puede hacer presencial, lo puede hacer híbrido, pero no pueden ir separados, tienen que ir de la mano, porque lo hemos visto durante décadas, que la tecnología y los contenidos digitales por sí solos no resuelven, Y por otro lado, un desarrollo y un uso de estos dispositivos o de estos instrumentos o contenidos tampoco para innovar tienen que incorporar esos contenidos. Entonces, nosotros, bueno, también aquí dijimos no podemos abordar todo, tenemos 5 temas y esto a nivel de ejemplo, porque creo que son las preguntas que uno se hace, ok, de todo este mundo que se está produciendo y que se está generando, ¿dónde están nuestras anclas o dónde están nuestras visiones más específicas, ¿no? Nosotros decidimos aportar en el uso y desarrollo de prácticas asociadas a la educación con tecnología. Recordemos que esto salió en pandemia, entonces había una necesidad enorme de los maestros, de las escuelas, de, bueno, ¿y ahora qué hacemos que no nos podemos ver y no tenemos un espacio físico? Metodologías que pudieran transformar el aprendizaje, las habilidades para el siglo XXI, el desarrollo socioemocional, que uno lo podría integrar en las habilidades, pero quisimos darle su espacio y como su peso, y liderar el cambio educativo, es decir, no solo innovar, sino también gestionar esa innovación. Es difícil incorporar nuevos dispositivos, nuevos contenidos, prácticas en una organización que no ha estado acostumbrada a ello. Entonces también le pusimos mucho énfasis en la gestión de este cambio educativo. Entonces, nosotros miramos las prácticas de los docentes, de los maestros y de las organizaciones que hemos ido sistematizando, primero porque tengan los focos claros. Hay cosas divinas, pero que muchas veces distraen, o son muy atractivas y no tienen el impacto que estamos buscando. O sea, eso también ha requerido no solo de la rigurosidad, sino también de la valentía de decir, sorry, pero no. O ahí donde otros creen que no era algo tan afinado al radar, nosotros pudimos decirles sí, esto sí tiene que ver con habilidad del siglo XXI o creatividad. O sea, para darles un ejemplo. Súper contextualizado, o sea, nada de lo que nosotros podamos integrar para innovar puede obviar el contexto, es decir, ¿qué le preocupa, en este caso a los usuarios finales, que son los profesores, los maestros y los estudiantes? ¿Qué condiciones físicas de conectividad, de apertura a la innovación tienen o no? Bueno, y por otro lado también buscamos que sean contenidos que por un lado inspiren. Nosotros creemos que es muy importante tirar la piedra bien lejos para decir, pucha, para allá vamos, aunque hoy día estemos acá, inspirémonos hacia allá. Pero por otro lado también tener un espacio para aprender y compartir aquello que sí funciona en nuestras pequeñas o grandes escuelas de América Latina. O sea, ahí hay un trabajo también de recuperar voces y experiencias locales que yo creo que es un trabajo que no solo lo hacemos nosotros, sino que se requiere de toda una comunidad permanentemente observando. Aquí me quiero detener porque en verdad yo tengo como esa obsesión del propósito pedagógico. Yo les contaba que la experiencia que tenemos Aprendo en Casa es una experiencia de Reimagina con la Universidad de Harvard y tuvimos un mentor, no sé si, yo me imagino que algunos de ustedes lo habrán conocido, Richard Elmore. Tuvo una incidencia enorme en América Latina. Richard falleció en el 2021, pero con él alcanzamos a ponerle foco a cómo una plataforma digital efectivamente y sus contenidos apuntan al núcleo pedagógico. Creemos que si nosotros no somos capaces de cambiar esa tríada perfecta para el cambio pedagógico, que son los profesores, los estudiantes y los contenidos, y la tarea que ahí se dé, el tipo de trabajo que se propicie, difícilmente vamos realmente a poder transformar la educación. Creemos que esta perspectiva y ni siquiera de abajo, sino desde el centro de la educación hacia arriba, es lo que a nosotros nos rige pedagógicamente. Entonces, lo digo porque si nosotros cambiamos, o sea, el núcleo pedagógico tiene estas como 3 pilares, si uno cambia, el otro cambia. Si cambian los contenidos, la forma de hacer las clases y la docencia y las metodologías de los docentes tiene que cambiar. Si los estudiantes están cambiando sus proyecciones, sus intereses, sus emociones, su visión de para qué están yendo a la escuela cambia, los contenidos y las prácticas pedagógicas o las metodologías también tienen que cambiar. Y quería darme este espacio en esta conversación porque pocas veces nos damos como ese momento para examinar específicamente qué es lo que queremos cambiar. Y nosotros, al menos desde Aprendo en Casa, hemos tomado este estandarte, por decirlo así. Dentro de esa visión de cuando cambian las metodologías, o por qué cambian las metodologías, o por qué necesitamos cambiar las prácticas, porque ya hemos visto, nuestros estudiantes han cambiado sustancialmente. Ya les dije que ustedes mismos, hace 50 años, 40 años, 30 años, Internet no estaba en la sala de clases, los contenidos han cambiado y por lo tanto necesitamos renovar estas prácticas. Tenemos que salir a buscar quiénes lo están haciendo bien, sistematizarlo, ponerle un rigor en la forma de transferirlo, de utilizarlo también a través de videos, de distintas capacitaciones online, en fin. Y en ese sentido, Aprendo en Casa o esta plataforma ha ido buscando también dónde ir visibilizando el cómo las escuelas en América Latina van integrando el aprendizaje basado en proyectos, van generando pensamiento profundo, cómo van desarrollando la tecnología con propósito creativo, no solo de consumo, no solo de, como veíamos en el slide anterior, o sea, no solo como un puente entre profesor y estudiantes para mandar información, no solo la tecnología como un espacio de memoria, tener el aprendizaje activo, en fin. Otro principio es, obviamente, y que se desglosa de esto, es que necesitamos generar contenidos o curar contenidos o agrupar contenidos de acuerdo a las experiencias, a estas nuevas experiencias docentes. Y en ese sentido nosotros hemos ido a buscar experiencias que tengan que ver con el contexto híbrido, porque lamentablemente, y esa es una realidad, no lamentablemente, pero esa es la realidad de América Latina, el 100% online no es la realidad de América Latina. Nuestra realidad es híbrida y está bien tener espacios que son formales, presenciales y otros que son online. Hemos también desarrollado contenidos que tienen el paradigma o el enfoque del microaprendizaje, es decir, desarrollo docente en micro, lo cual tiene sus pros y sus contras, porque nadie va a poder comparar un doctorado de 4 años con un trabajo o un workshop o un taller de 2 horas para desarrollar una actividad específica que active la creatividad en los niños. O sea, no podemos comparar las dos experiencias, pero sí podemos agilizar muy fácilmente las habilidades y ciertas capacidades de nuestros maestros docentes de poder ir incorporando estas tecnologías. Y yo les recomiendo ir mirando el tema de los microaprendizajes, de las credenciales, porque hay una vertiente enorme ahí. Nosotros, o yo en particular, no me he metido mucho más, aparte de lo que hacemos día a día en Aprendo en Casa, pero ahí hay una luz que está prendida hace mucho tiempo. Acompañar a los docentes en este currículum integrado, sabemos que nuestros estados, nuestros gobiernos, la mayoría sigue teniendo currículums principalmente parcelados, quizás en los niveles superiores, ya al terminar la vida escolar, la media, como le dicen en Chile, la secundaria, como le dicen en Ecuador, empiecen a integrarlo, pero es un deseo y es un deseable de los profesores poderlo hacer, y hay que acompañarlos también con contenidos, con información de cómo hacerlo. Bueno, ya habíamos hablado de que sean espacios digitales o plataformas que permitan aprender con otros de manera permanente, y sobre todo que tenemos una convicción de que la innovación no se enseña. La innovación no es algo que yo me paro acá a decirles esto es innovar y entonces usted va a salir de aquí y va a ser un innovador. La innovación es un proceso en el cual uno se involucra, se expone, se permea y por lo tanto hay que generar esas oportunidades para que nuestros docentes, también los estudiantes, la comunidad educativa se exponga, como hoy día acá en este foro, pero también en las mismas plataformas. Entonces, esto que parece un poco bueno, hay que avanzar en el desarrollo profesional docente con contenidos, con estrategias digitales distintas. Nosotros las hemos ido explorando muy emergentemente, pero igual me gustaría compartírselas porque hay que atreverse. Una primera cosa que hicimos fue desarrollar en los docentes que participan de Aprendo en Casa, que son más o menos 500.000. No es tanto si pensamos que hay 10 países detrás, pero son early adopters, son profesores y docentes que están llegando. Y dijimos, ¿cómo no hacemos el desarrollo profesional a través de una idea de aprendizaje invertido? Entonces, los profesores se inscriben en un taller online, enviamos las prácticas digitalizadas, y ahí hay un trabajo de hacer un buen guión, grabar de forma clara la práctica, buscar cuáles son las experiencias que queremos mostrar con mayor fuerza o menos fuerza. Recordemos que acá hay organizaciones que son las expertas, no es Aprendo en Casa. Estas prácticas los profesores la ven y luego tienen online, en un espacio de intercambio, la opción de poder interactuar con quien está entregando la práctica y poder profundizar sobre aquello y de ahí ir a desarrollarlo en la sala de clases. No es nada muy sofisticado, pero son las formas como decimos, bueno, si algo va a cambiar, si va a cambiar el contenido, también cambiamos la forma como los docentes se están acercando a ese contenido. Entonces, hicimos ese modelo con más o menos 8 organizaciones y funcionó muy bien en términos de poder cruzar ciertas fronteras en espacios digitales. Lo otro era lo que les mencionaba, este desarrollo profesional docente de microaprendizaje. Aquí hay un mundo para explorar. En Latinoamérica tenemos que crear más de estas experiencias en cortito, súper específico, con mucho foco, que recoja lo que están haciendo miles de docentes en Latinoamérica con la misma voz. Sí, no solo con una mirada de un experto internacional. Ahí, por ejemplo, está cómo hacer el aprendizaje invertido o formando el poder a través de el aprendizaje a través de las emociones, en fin. Y lo tercero fue ya la sistematización de prácticas de manera más sistemática, que creo que está, no, está ese slide, ya, de manera más sistemática. Otro principio que hemos aplicado, que para esta conversación es importante, es tener esta dualidad online y offline para asegurar mayor permeabilidad. O sea, no todo lo que está en formato web digital funciona. O sea, lo vimos durante la pandemia y lo tenemos que seguir escalando o replicando post pandemia, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, hemos tratado de buscar recursos digitales, estrategias que puedan distribuirse a través de la web, a través de las redes sociales, a través de los canales de televisión, la radio. Por supuesto, el mismo contenido para distintas plataformas no sirve. Y ahí hay también una curaduría de acuerdo al soporte en el cual uno va a distribuir. Pero sí, durante la pandemia todo lo que es televisión y radio fue considerablemente activo. Y en lo que es la página web y las redes sociales también. Pero mi punto acá es poder hacer esta combinación porque los profesores o las escuelas que están en contextos rurales tienen una conexión completamente distinta a las que puedan estar en lugares más urbanos, en fin. Entonces, tenemos en esta como mirada de laboratorio muy claro que las realidades son híbridas y que por lo tanto queremos propiciar contenidos que nos lleven a la indagación, porque el resto, que es solo no sé, sería como el contrapunto, un uso de contenidos más bien de forma instantánea, de memorización, etcétera. Ya lo vimos, es prácticamente pan de cada día, es en la indagación en donde hay mucho espacio para profundizar. Contenidos que permitan el autoaprendizaje, porque nosotros definimos que los docentes, los maestros, las familias son parte del aprendizaje. También hay un sinnúmero de experiencias en donde los niños, sobre todo los jóvenes, pueden actuar de manera autónoma y ahí también hay contenidos y recursos a mirar, la personalización e ir más allá de la sala de clase. Entonces, yo ya estoy como les decía, primero este radar, cómo salimos a buscar, después cómo aseguramos que el uso tenga sentido con lo que estamos distribuyendo o facilitando a las distintas audiencias, y cuál es ese sello. O sea, creo que también uno se tiene que hacer la pregunta de, ¿vamos a hacer un like más de Facebook o vamos a hacer un contenido más de YouTube? ¿Cuál es ese sello particular de aprendizajes o de educativos que queremos, ¿no? Entonces, uno, y ese es un sello que nosotros en Aprendo en Casa hemos sido muy como insistentes, es poner el foco en las prácticas, o sea, en el cómo. Si bien hay una gran tensión sobre el qué enseñar y el qué, sobre qué educar, nosotros hemos tomado más bien la prioridad, que después tomaremos la otra, pero hoy día es prioridad, de las prácticas y experiencias en aula que hayan sido probadas. O sea, aquí creo que también la discusión de generación de contenidos, la curaduría de contenidos y su distribución no puede estar disasociada de la evidencia y de haber sido probadas en realidades y contextos reales y cercanos a la realidad que queremos cambiar o en la cual queremos impactar. Otro principio, y este era el slide que me faltaba y estaba aquí, es que tenemos un sello en la curaduría. O sea, también dijimos, ¿cómo miramos estos millones de contenidos que están en Google o los cientos de contenidos que están en las 80 y tantas organizaciones? Entonces hemos ido desarrollando, el equipo de Aprendo en Casa tiene experiencia en contenidos digitales muy fuerte, han trabajado en portales de los ministerios, desarrollando, en fin. Primero, las prácticas y los contenidos tienen que ser relevantes. Y por supuesto, ustedes me van a decir, Ana María, pero relevancia es un concepto muy cuestionable, ¿no? Lo que para mí es relevante, para otros no. Pero tiene que ver con que sean actualizados y respondan sobre todo a ese principio pedagógico que queremos transformar. O sea, si no es relevante para el aprendizaje, sorry, pero no entra. Y yo creo que ahí hay que ser como bien majaderos y bien insistentes, que si queremos realmente transformar la educación, volver al núcleo de la transformación, que es esta relación docente, estudiante, contenidos, a propósito de mejorar los aprendizajes. Segundo, que sean ágiles, porque probablemente hay experiencias de organizaciones extraordinarias que están haciendo cambios fundamentales, pero no son transferibles, al menos en la propuesta digital que nosotros tenemos. Y ahí siempre hay una pérdida y una ganancia, porque si uno quiere llegar a 10 países con 80 organizaciones y tantos profesores, necesitamos ser muy ágiles, necesitamos que sean prácticas fáciles de entender, que estén resolviendo temas súper puntuales, que respondan a la realidad específica de un país, pero que también genere resonancia con otros países, no estén tan encapsuladas, que sean innovadoras. Y la innovación entendida no solo como disrupción, por supuesto que no, porque puede ser una innovación incremental, puede ser una innovación en el cambio de paradigma, puede ser una innovación en la forma como se interactúa con alguno de los contenidos, en fin. Ya lo hemos dicho muchas veces, que sean de terreno, que hayan sido implementadas y que sean flexibles, porque esta adaptabilidad a los contextos requieren que aquello que está funcionando de la isla Chiloé de Chile pueda también hacer resonancia en la Escuela de Medellín. Por lo tanto, son flexibles al momento de entregar sus distintos componentes, sus distintas estrategias, y que si es que falta alguno de los, ya digo bien, componentes, no se nos caiga la experiencia, sino que todo lo contrario, se puede enriquecer con el contexto. Entonces, por ejemplo, estuvimos mirando con una de las organizaciones que está en Aprendo en Casa, que es Profuturo, tickets digitales de entrada y salida con los estudiantes. Durante la pandemia, ¿cómo teníamos la atención de los estudiantes y saber que al final de una sesión de clases o de aprendizaje, los niños y las niñas habían comprendido la información o el concepto, o habían tenido el aprendizaje más importante antes de salir de la sala de clase. Entonces, esta es una práctica que ellos compartieron muy interesante. O, por ejemplo, cómo desarrollar lluvia de ideas para potenciar la creatividad colectiva. Esto ya tenía que ver más con una universidad, pero es perfectamente aplicable a una sala de clase. O impulsar la mentalidad de crecimiento. No, nosotros nos fuimos a sistematizar y a generar contenido sobre la mentalidad de crecimiento como un todo, porque eso es una estrategia pedagógica o una aproximación enorme. No podemos ser así de ambiciosos, pero sí lo que hicimos fue cómo hacer algo precisos para aportar en esa estrategia específica. Y así un sinnúmero de tácticas que tenían que ver con este ámbito de mentalidad de crecimiento. El principio 8 de nuestro sello es que creemos mucho en las herramientas comunicativas. O sea, la comunicación al servicio de la educación es bingo. O sea, lo que no podemos hacer es tener un recurso educativo, tener estrategias educativas y después tratar de comunicarlas, sino entender que el proceso de aprendizaje es también un proceso de comunicación. Y las herramientas comunicativas son aliadas, desde la forma como entendemos los videos, la gráfica, la claridad en el relato, que es muy importante al momento de contar una historia, pero también de contar una experiencia. Y ahí hemos ido descubriendo cosas muy, muy bonitas, que de estas 80 organizaciones probablemente la mitad o menos tenían buenas herramientas comunicacionales y que un equipo detrás los ayude a sistematizar, a hacer buenos videos, guiones con propósito educativo y no con propósito de marketing, hace toda la diferencia. Y este es un sello particular de Aprendo en Casa que quería hoy día compartirles. Y el noveno es que esto tiene que escalar. Nosotros decidimos no tener fronteras, y es difícil porque si vamos a la sala de clases o al profesor más tradicional, cuesta sacar del rigor y como de esa caja que se llama el currículum nacional y las pruebas estandarizadas nacionales. Y nuestra invitación no es a salirse de ahí, porque sería un poco, la verdad es que sería muy irresponsable pensar que estas plataformas, este ecosistema, quiere correr paralelamente, sino que viene a complementar. Y por lo tanto nosotros hoy día tenemos, usando estos contenidos, justamente porque la curaduría es bien transversal. Hoy día hablaba a la hora del almuerzo que, por ejemplo, nosotros pusimos matemáticas como forma de... Nosotros hemos ido clasificando de acuerdo a criterios muy claves y diferenciadores. Hemos clasificado por habilidades, hemos clasificado por usuarios, como les decía, docentes, estudiantes. Una opción es clasificarla por edades y no por cursos, porque por lo menos en Chile y en varios países uno busca tercero de básica. No, porque acá en Colombia no es tercero básica, pero niños de entre 10 y 12 años este contenido les sirve. Y más bien acompañamos a los profesores para que puedan ir incorporando ese contenido en su currículum específico. También, como les decía, algunas cosas hemos llamado matemáticas, porque aquí y en todo el continente se le dice matemáticas, pero ciencias naturales no se le dice así. Hay unos que dicen ciencia y medio ambiente, ciencias y... ¿Cómo dicen en Colombia? Ciencias naturales. Bueno, en Chile no, en Chile le dicen ciencias naturales y ambiente, o ciencias sociales, cívica y ya. Pero ciencias sociales y ciencias naturales todos lo entienden. Entonces también fuimos buscando estrategias de selección, pero también de organización y de clasificación que fueran escalables. Y eso nos permitió, por ejemplo, que pudiéramos trabajar con distintos ministerios de la región en un momento en que requerían recursos digitales, estrategias, experiencias. Entonces, por un lado estaba todo este grupo de organizaciones en Aprendo en Casa, y por otro lado estaban los gobiernos, en el caso de Chile, por ejemplo, en búsqueda de contenidos para apoyo socioemocional. E hicimos un screening, hicimos una búsqueda dentro de las organizaciones, quiénes abordan ese tema, en qué ámbitos, y los pudimos transferir. En el caso de Ecuador estaban buscando sobre todo metodologías de aprendizaje con tecnología, hicimos una búsqueda. haciendo este matching, pero porque justamente organizaciones de México contribuyen a Ecuador, de Colombia contribuyen a Chile y así. Pero para que eso suceda, tenemos que ser más flexibles en el currículum, tenemos que ser más flexibles en la forma como categorizamos y cómo que ordenamos la información. Bueno, ahí hay otros ejemplos de escalamiento en la política pública. El de allá de la derecha es el portal de recursos del Ministerio de Educación de Chile, en donde se despliegan estos contenidos, porque aquí también hubo una decisión táctica, estratégica, que no sé si le sirva a la mayoría de audiencia, pero a nosotros sí nos sirvió, es que las organizaciones pudieran entregar sus contenidos de manera fácil, porque en Aprendo en Casa, si ustedes se fijan, o en otras plataformas, da lo mismo, no quiero que sea solo Aprendo en Casa, lo que hay es una descripción de ese video, hay una descripción de ese recurso digital con la clasificación, pero cuando el usuario quiere mirar, tiene que ir a la Fundación A, a la Fundación B o a la Fundación C para poderlo consultar. ¿En qué se traduce esto? En que el intercambio es mucho más rápido, porque no le estamos entregando ni dominios, ni autorías, ni en el fondo propiedad intelectual de las organizaciones, sino que los ministerios reflejan estas fichas, estas descripciones, y cada usuario va a las distintas organizaciones, lo cual también yo creo, y esa es mi convicción, de que es un tratamiento en donde todos ganan. Bueno, y el último, porque ya llegué al 10, es que, ok, esto que puede sonar bien, tenemos que medirlo, tenemos que ir buscando el impacto que genera. Nosotros tenemos una estrategia de mirar los resultados permanentes en 3 niveles. Uno, en el uso, que tiene que ver con lo que los datos nos entregan, del uso de la plataforma, de la consulta de los recursos propiamente tal, de dónde están llegando estos docentes. Hoy día Google Analytics, la verdad es que entrega mucha información y sobre eso trabajamos. Pero otro segundo nivel es, obviamente, cómo está siendo esto recibido por los distintos usuarios, y nosotros para eso hacemos encuestas a usuarios de manera permanente antes y después de las actividades de formación, y también hacemos focus groups, porque al final no es solo para comprobar nuestra hipótesis, es también para testear nuevas soluciones. O sea, en cada uno de estos focus groups, en cada uno de estos feedbacks que nos entregan los usuarios, podemos ir mejorando los contenidos digitales sustancialmente, si es que verdaderamente creemos que el mayor conocimiento en la usabilidad lo tienen los usuarios y no nosotros. Y un tercer nivel ya es el impacto a nivel del uso en la sala de clases, y ahí nosotros hemos empezado a hacer estudios más puntuales de casos. Estamos buscando una alianza que debiera partir este año para ya hacer un grupo de control, en fin. Entonces, el impacto, el uso, los datos en las plataformas, en los contenidos digitales, yo creo que es el gran tema y es en donde más podemos aprender, porque si no nos vamos a quedar como en los casos, en las anécdotas, que son súper inspiradoras y son buenas, pero cuando los datos son contundentes y nos hablan de tendencias y no solo de buenas ideas, esto puede cambiar sustancialmente. Aquí les traje también, para los que quisieran bajar en este QR, una infografía que hicimos con los aprendizajes que hemos tenido desde esta plataforma Aprendo en Casa, a propósito de los aprendizajes híbridos. Son 10 que los sistematizamos con las organizaciones. O sea que hay un conocimiento colectivo que lo hicimos en versión infografía muy fácil, pero que pensé que esto les podría interesar. Y entonces, nada más invitarlos a que se atrevan, si quieren ser parte de organizaciones, usuarios, o, como hemos buscado en cada país, una especie de hub para poder replicar. Tenemos espacio para conversar. Agradecerles una vez más por su atención, y no sé cuánto tiempo tengamos, pero pero vienen las preguntas. 5 minutes, ok. Muchas gracias.
Hola, soy Fernando Tobar de Youth Spanglish. Referente a lo que has venido comentando, especialmente con la personalización, la flexibilidad de currículums académicos, por ejemplo, creo que quisiera traer el tema que es como el elefante en la habitación, que es la AI. Sí, risa nerviosa o risa chévere.
Tengo emociones encontradas.
Sí, porque bueno, igual nosotros también, especialmente cuando nosotros nos enfocamos en darle una personalización a cada uno de los currículos académicos, que ese es el norte que nosotros tenemos, pero cómo hacer curaduría frente a un ChatGPT, frente a un Bard de Google, cómo poder hacer una curaduría de un contenido cuando un estudiante nos pregunta como qué tan reliable puede ser ese contenido. O sea, ¿hay algún norte, hay algunas métricas, hay algunas recomendaciones? ¿O todavía estamos muy prontos para tener respuestas?
Bueno, gracias por la pregunta. No soy experta en ChatGPT, soy más bien como interesada. Es más, voy a dar una confesión. Yo quería traer un ejemplo de ChatGPT para desafiarlos y no pude. Porque en el fondo todos los contenidos están ahí. Entonces les iba a decir, si ustedes preguntan esto, el ChatGPT no, sí. Y si buscamos esto, el ChatGPT no, sí, lo tiene. Pero quiero decir 3 cosas al respecto. Uno, que todavía es una tecnología que no está de todo desarrollada y que por lo tanto hoy día los estudiantes obviamente tienen todas las preguntas y los adultos también de qué tan reliable es, como dices tú. Hay mucha información y misinformación o información no válida. Por lo tanto, en el ahora, en el presente, la manera de abordar es junto a los docentes o a los educadores, más que el contenido es las consecuencias del contenido, para bien y para mal. Para bien en el sentido que hoy día podemos tener en una sala de clases 5 perspectivas sobre el calentamiento global y discutir sobre eso, no una. Pero ¿cuántas de esas perspectivas están bien documentadas, bien citadas? Ahora, con respecto a la curaduría, se nos abre todo un mundo en donde la experiencia local, contextualizada sobre todo, que las mismas organizaciones, personas, docentes, maestros pueden mirar ciertos contenidos con mayor atención y preferencia. Yo creo que por ahí hay todavía un espacio. Porque el ChatGPT, si tú pones, de hecho, quiénes son los más innovadores en Colombia, haz ese ejercicio, te va a dar 5 nombres de los que ya conocemos y probablemente tú conozcas a 10 más que están por debajo de la mesa y que no se ha generado ese contenido para que aparezca. Entonces, lo mismo es si uno dice, bueno, ¿cuáles son los 5 contenidos que yo necesito para poder profundizar una mirada crítica sobre el calentamiento global? Me va a dar 5, pero si yo le pregunto en el caso de Medellín específico hoy, probablemente ahí hay un espacio. Y lo otro que a mí me tiene como más inquieta, es que efectivamente es la primera vez que vamos a tener una tecnología que sí permite interactuar. O sea, la interacción que se genera con el chat y el usuario ahora es muy básica, pero podríamos decir, por ejemplo, que muchas habilidades o muchos conceptos o por ejemplo, aprender un nuevo idioma, no voy a necesitar un profesor, porque rápidamente me va a decir, no, está mal pronunciado, o esa no es la palabra correcta. Entonces, para un mundo de conocimiento estandarizado y ya conocido, en donde esa interacción va a ser muy fluida y probablemente más eficiente que la del humano. El punto es, no todo es, en educación, información envasada. En esa interacción yo sí tengo las dudas, pero quiero insistir en lo primero, o sea, estamos en pañales con el tema. Otra pregunta, creo que. One more? We are okay.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Mi nombre es Felipe González. Me da curiosidad la parte de accesibilidad.
¿ustedes cómo hacen el filtro en los recursos educativos respecto a ese aspecto, la accesibilidad del recurso?
Solo para aclarar, accesibilidad en términos de conexión o, por ejemplo, personas con dificultad visual y eso.
Exacto.
Sí, o con espectro acceso. A ver, lo que hemos empezado a hacer, o lo que hicimos al principio, fue invitar a organizaciones que trabajaran con los temas, en este caso, de discapacidad y acceso, como para tener un contrapunto o una visión más amplia. Pero en el estado actual de Aprendo en Casa, que tiene 2 años, lo que hemos tratado de hacer es como tener distintas opciones de acceso a distintos contenidos. O sea, si tú quieres acceder al contenido que es 100% visual, no lo vas a poder tener en la versión 100% auditiva. Pero tenemos los que son 100% auditivos. Por ejemplo, todo lo que hemos recogido para la radio o todo lo que hemos recogido para la televisión. Pero te agradezco la pregunta porque encuentro que es una de las brechas ocultas más importantes en la digitalización. O sea, hemos estado hablando todo el tema de la brecha de acceso, de la brecha de alguna manera de capacidad de pago de una internet, pero la que tú mencionas es la brecha que está como submarino. Pero no hay... nos ha costado encontrar organizaciones que pudieran como poblar este gran centro de recursos con esa perspectiva más específica. We are done. Ok, muchas gracias. Les agradezco mucho la participación.
Hello, everyone. That was so exciting with the numbers. I felt like in this amazing countdown. So my name is Ana Medina. I'm the CEO of Teach for Colombia. And I have the pleasure of presenting today with my colleague, Jasmine Vargas. We're going to be talking about teaching as collective leadership, an amazing framework that has been informing the work we do globally and especially in Colombia locally. So let me go, well, that's us, and you can read a little bit more about our trajectories, but I just want to mention that, again, I'm the CEO of Teach for Colombia. For those of you who know the model, I was also a fellow of the program. I started my trajectory in education as a teacher, and as we say in the program, once a teacher, always a teacher, so I'm proud to love teaching and approach education from that perspective. And Jasmine is gonna have the opportunity to introduce herself, but I just wanna let you know really quickly what we're gonna be doing today. We're gonna start by presenting the framework of teaching as collective leadership, the different parts of it, how we're thinking about it globally, and Jasmine is gonna walk you through that. And then I'm gonna have the opportunity to share with you how we are contextualizing this framework in the Colombian organization and the challenges, questions, and things that we're doing to move forward. And then hopefully it's gonna be more than 1 or 2 questions from you guys, but we will see how the time goes. So, oh, there you go.
Thank you, Ana. So lovely to see everyone at this time of the day. It's been a long day, but hopefully, like myself, you are coming away with inspiration, with some new ways of thinking about leadership and education, and seeing the connections that you may have in your work, whether you're a student, whether you're an aspiring leader, or whether you're in business in some sort of facet. And so really excited to present to you next to the last session. So hopefully we're gonna bring some energy to keep you excited and enthusiastic about this theme. But we are going to be talking about, well, before that, go back here for a moment, a little bit of a background. I'm coming from the world of education from the teacher perspective. And just like Ana shared, I too consider myself a teacher for life. To me, aside from being a mom of 2, of an 11-year-old girl and 8-year-old wild boy, I think it's the most important job. As my grandmother said, when you're a teacher, you're doing the biggest thing you can do in the world, which is providing knowledge and access to those who don't have it. And so my career started with Teach for America, when I thought that my path was gonna lead me to psychology, and that psychology was gonna be the method by which I served my community in New York City, Washington Heights, being first-generation American. And something I did not understand the value of at the time, because then I understood that the value of that meant that I was in that country because of the sacrifices that my grandmothers and my mother and my father made to leave their beautiful country of Dominican Republic, their beautiful country of Venezuela, with some Colombian roots actually, in Cucuta, and to say that the quality of education in their land was not good enough. It was not gonna open up doors of opportunity in their generations and in the next generation, so they had to leave, they had to flee to the United States one way or another. And I stand before you with that passion of having been a teacher in New Jersey. So I moved from New York City, which I thought I would never do, never say never, and served in Paterson, New Jersey, which was viewed as socially, economically impoverished. And what I learned and why I left psychology was I learned that every parent has the same dream. The dream that my grandmothers had for their children and that my parents had for me and my family members was that through education, we can eradicate this incessant lack of access that people who may grow up in impoverished areas have. and the experience that when you come from a place like that, you are viewed as not enough. And I did not grow up in that way, even though supposedly I grew up in poverty in New York City. I grew up with the same type of family and support that I saw in Paterson, New Jersey, and then for the last 14 years in Newark, New Jersey. And if you're familiar with Newark, New Jersey in the United States, it's a city that's known for violence, for high poverty, high crime. Yet the school that I served of kindergarten through 4th grade for the last 10 years as principal had the highest performance academically than the entire state of New Jersey's highest economic access children. And the standards in New Jersey are very high. So when my students, African American immigrant children from Nigeria, from Dominican Republic, from Puerto Rico, from the city of Newark and abroad, that showed the world that when we invest in educators the right way, the possibilities are endless. And we empower the community from the ground up, not from the top down. And that experience, and my own children have been in my school for the last, well, my daughter, I think I shared, is 11, so since she was in kindergarten. My son now in 3rd grade. The leadership continues, the impact continues, even though I'm not the principal there. And that is because there's systematic leadership. And I started Teach for All, a global organization that basically is an extension of Teach for America, in January. And I moved out of this role that I loved, that is so impactful, because when I think about the work that I've done in Dominican Republic as a consultant, in my work with people who came from Chile to visit my school to learn best practices, when I learned about the work that all around the world, in India, in Nepal, everywhere, we all want the same things for our society. We see that there's a lack of access and opportunity for the most marginalized. And there's no perfect solution. But I transitioned out because I do see that there's an investment that we can make as global leaders and global influencers, and not just being a director, a school leader, but a teacher, a parent. We have the ability to impact through collective leadership. And the work that Teach for All, that I'm really proud to be part of that organization, that I started again in January, working with them with over 60 partners from all over, teachers and alumni in different positions and different roles in education, is that it's not about one solution and one pathway to impact student leadership. It's about a collective practice, and that's what Anna and I are going to be talking to you about. What does it look like in practice? What does it look like in action, and how can you adapt it, whether you're a school leader, whether you're the CEO of Enseña por Colombia, or someone who's working to invest in the education system. So the framework that has come through Teach for All, again, partnering with over 60 organizations from around the world, crowdsourcing their research from over 40, impacting 4,400 students and classrooms, so a combination of teachers, teacher leaders, teacher coaches. Before we get into the actual weeds of it, what prompted this level of research in education and thinking about how do we view education differently? I want you to look at this first picture, and I want you to ask yourself and the person next to you, feel free to introduce yourself. Not yet, not yet. That was my fault, I didn't give clear what to do's. I got so excited with the energy that I'm feeling just from you being here. But look at this picture and think about, how does this promote equity or not promote equity? How does it promote equity or how does it not promote equity? And there's no right or wrong answer, it's just your perception. Go ahead, I'll give you about 30 seconds, it's quick. The question is, I thought you were talking to me. Yes, how does this picture, thinking about the educational system for you locally or your experience as a student or as a teacher, how does this picture promote equity or not promote equity? All right, hold that thought. I'm gonna go to another picture. Compare it to this picture. How does this picture promote equity or not promote equity? I'll click back to the first one so you can compare. And then here's an updated picture. How does it promote or not promote equity in schools, in education? Thank you for riding with me on this metaphor. All right, last picture. How does this picture promote equity or not promote equity? Turn and talk. How does this picture promote equity or not promote equity? And again, I'll click back to the first one. Second one. Last one. I'm going to use my uncommon signal to bring us all back. You can do the same thing. Oh, you don't even need to. I can still be a school leader if I want to. All right, so let's get some share outs. I heard some great thoughts. Don't be shy. Okay, I know my friends here. I heard you. And one more. Franco. What were your thoughts? And then we'll come back here.
I guess that when I saw the progression, I saw that when students had the same bike, it usually means that they have the same input, right? So we talk about, let's say, same level of funding, same level of educational resources at school. But it still wouldn't work because the paths are different, the obstacles that each student face are different. And the second one, you sort of adapt the kinds of resources, maybe the kinds of experiences that they have, but it's still somewhat, with the third one, it's still something that is given to them as opposed to the third one in which they're, what I see there is they're given power to reshape themselves. What's happening through the journey, and I especially love the one where students are helping each other, right? Which is in the hearts and minds of many students that they want to do this. But oftentimes they don't have the opportunity to reshape their educational environments themselves, and so that's what I saw.
Thank you, Franco, CEO of Peru.
Yes, I just want to compliment what he just said. Exactly was my thought. But here it was, they're all happy to reach the goal at the same time. The first two pictures, even though they had the same types of bicycles, it makes it more competitive. It's more individual work.
Hi, I'm Molly. This is Natalia. All right, we talked about this together, but we really loved the way that there was one path and students were helping and clearing the path for one another.
And they are working as a team. Everybody's having something to do. And the other one was 3 ways. It was tough. And this one, it's a good solution, working together, leadership, we can see here.
Maybe you all did this presentation behind my back already, because that's the framework. Thank you for those share-outs, because when we think about the framework teaching as a collective leadership and the research that came from it, the results, the most transformational classrooms broke tradition. It wasn't top down, we'll just give everyone the same tools, and that'll equal the same results. That's not the reality. We all don't have the same tools. If we ask each of us in this room, we'll all have had a different access and opportunity when we were in school ourselves. And when we think about equity as equal outcomes, well, that's usually that academic achievement model where the goal and the bar is around the success around a state test, for example. That was my experience, right? The state test was what told the stories about my beautiful children. I proudly had those strong results, but actually, I didn't care about that. It just happened to come out that way because we led from purpose, from collective leadership, from interactive collaboration, and what's working, what's not. And valuable leadership, my role was great because I was able to step back so many times. I facilitated conversations, but I stepped back, and then I know I cheated. I had lots of support, lots of training. And that's what we're gonna talk about today. And then at the core is changing our traditional purpose so that we see our students as the leaders that they were born to be. We don't have to make humans great. Humans are innately great. Humans are innately perfect. And the educational system, when we think about it from that view, then our job is to elevate student voice, elevate student power, elevate student influence. And again, I told you a little bit how the research came about, but this is the visual. It looks a little bit complex, the logo, but that's because it is. But I look at it like a flashlight. When I look at this round circle here in the beginning, who's the why? What's the why? It's looking at students as leaders of a brighter future for themselves, for the community, for all of us. And when we think about the lenses, that's those light blue sideways titles. Students as leaders, teachers as learners. We heard a lot of that throughout many sessions, that teachers, if we work with teachers well, they too become learners. They too become people we worry about their well-being. If the teachers are well, the students will be well because the teacher is not coming in from a place of combat and fear, but a place of centeredness that allows that student voice to come and rise. And when we look at the community as power, not this political tension that so many of our experiences have where there's conflict. Of course, there's gonna be conflict everywhere. You're gonna have a way of thinking about politics that's different than mine, but when we're talking about children that can form their own thoughts, their own opinions, and we work with the community as places of support and places of collaboration, now we start seeing agency. And that this is systematic. It doesn't have to be these fluffy ideas. These can be transformative. And ultimately, reviewing these things from the perspective of these facets, love and connection. When students feel loved, they feel connected, they feel safe. When we work to listen rather than constantly be heard, not just from the student perspective. I go back and I'm really giving you my experience now, my latest experience as a principal. My job was to listen to the teachers. They were on the ground. And even though I was a teacher, they had experiences that I didn't have as a teacher, right? They had the pandemic. They had a voice. They had places of conflict that they wanted to share and tackle. And facilitate, challenge, allowing that conversation around learning, design, and reflecting and growing, so we're constantly changing and adapting according to what we're working with, what's being brought to the table. And that power in education can happen at a high level if you're elevating those voices of the stakeholders that are involved in the community. A school is a beacon of the community. It's a representation of the political climate. And so if we do our work collectively, there's no end to what can be accomplished. And so this is where this idea about well-being, meeting connectedness, meeting awareness, meeting agency, and ultimately the goal being mastery, where students attain higher order command of knowledge and skills as a means to create newer opportunities and solutions to challenges. And the area of focus that I'm proudly going to help you see as it's contextualized for very specific content will focus around well-being. Because if the children are not well, it is likely there's a way to get at that. That doesn't require a lot of money, that, obviously, everything requires money, but we're talking about a different set of skills. The skills of how do we assess and support our teachers, and how does that happen systematically through leadership, not only at the principal level, but at national and government levels. And I'm excited to pass the baton, and you can definitely go to the website for Teach for All and get a little bit more of a concrete sense of how these different lenses come into fruition. There are tools there, practical tools that you can adapt. But I want to pass the baton. Again, these are some concrete ways that you see the love and connectivity facets, the listen and envision, learning and design, facilitating and challenge and reflect and grow, how it can be adapted. Again, it's complex, but learning is complex. I want to pass the baton to Ana, because what Enseña por Colombia has done is they've taken this framework and started to see, how does this fit for us? How does it not fit? How do I contextualize this framework, and what are the problems that are specific to Colombia and the students and communities we serve? So this is a framework. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's a concept that allows anyone, depending on their position, to invest in student leadership. And so with that, I pass it to the amazing Ana to contextualize this for you, specific to Enseña por Colombia.
Thank you, Jasmine. So let me share a little bit about what we are doing with this framework, and in that sense, more about the framework. I was actually so amazed when I first got to know this framework, and when Jasmine mentioned yesterday the word flashlight, it made total sense to me because it kind of illuminated the work that we do. So it was 2019, we were 9 years into our operation in Colombia, and we were thinking maybe we need to update the problem we're trying to solve, the way we're trying to solve it, and the kind of leadership we want to develop. Because when Enseña por Colombia started in 2011, the country was different, the world was different, the way we thought about leadership and about our country was different. So we embarked on this journey to update our theory of problem, our theory of change, and our theory of leadership. And this framework came as a flashlight, as I mentioned, because it goes 2 steps back, as opposed to other frameworks, especially in teaching, that start with strategies. Like, you want to get really concrete when it comes to teaching, and it makes sense. Every day when you stand in front of a classroom, you want to know what you need to do for children to actually learn, and that requires specific stuff. But it takes like a little bit of courage to step back and ask ourselves about the purpose. Why do we do what we do? And it was encouraging to see that this framework invited us to ask ourselves this question, because we actually got to an update, a really interesting update of our theory of change. So we still believe that attracting exceptional and diverse talent to generate positive transformations in the system is key. So we need for education to stop being second or third choice in our country. We need it to be the first choice of people. That people teach not because they couldn't do any other stuff, but because they believe in education as transformational for society. But we added the word diverse, and that's not minor. Before, in 2011, when I was recruited as a first cohort of Enseña, we kind of equated, without actually saying it, but being the best was being privileged. I mean, we never say that out loud, but it's what it was intended because of the kind of universities from where we were recruiting, the kind of people that we were showing in the pictures. And now we are very proud to be diverse. We're very proud of having people from different backgrounds, different life experiences, people who have experienced the same inequities as our students. And in a society that has as many class issues as Colombia, that's honestly not minor. The other thing is that we do train and support our participants and alumni with a model that we have been updating to the most recent needs. So in the pandemic, there's a lot of technology proficiency that we need in our teachers and like other skills. But we are thinking that quality education is a conversation we need to have. What is actually what is quality education? And we set out on a journey to figure that out. And when I say we, it's not like the staff of Enseña. We actually sat down and had conversation, focus groups, and workshops with more than 100 people to figure out these updates. This is not like a desk job. This has to be a conversation with your different stakeholders. And in terms of leadership, we realized that leadership is not individual. I mean, I'm kind of saying that we discovered that water makes you wet. But yeah, obviously, leadership is a collective effort where you need trust and people who are thriving and communities who are thriving in different levels of the system. So, quality education. We ask this question to principals, to teachers, to students. What do you believe quality education is? And in Colombia, and this can look different for different countries, there are 6 key pillars that make education like a quality education. First, academic, and we added 21st century skills. Why did we add 21st century skills? Because we believe like literacy is necessary, but it's not enough. We need our students to be critical thinkers. We need our students to tap into their creativity. This cannot be delayed. We cannot like make it an either or situation, like, oh yeah, first our students are gonna read and learn math, and then they are gonna be critical thinkers and they're gonna develop their creativity. Our students don't have that time because the world is asking them to be creative and to be like on top of uncertainty and on top of really complex challenges today. The other thing is social emotional skills. I don't even think I have to go really deep into that because it's pretty self-explanatory, especially with everything that happened in the pandemic. In Colombia, at least, it's very evident that children need tools to learn about themselves, their emotions, and learn how to cultivate emotions that are just better for them and their development. I mean, all emotions are good. I am a deep believer in that, but how you manage them is key. In Colombia, citizenship skills and peace education is key. For those of you who don't know, because you are not from here, we have been in an armed conflict that has different ways of presenting itself for more than 50 years. So we cannot believe in quality education without peace education. Vocational orientation. We have many students who go through school for 12 years and they get out of school and they don't know what they're gonna do with their lives, and they don't know what they can do. They don't know what the universities or other vocational trainings offer. They don't know what industries are developing in their regions, so that's key. education for health and well-being. So we realized in our focus groups that the use of drugs is a big issue in our communities, that teen pregnancy is keeping a lot of our girls out of schools. So the intersection between health and education is part of quality education, because if our kids don't know about this, they might just be out of the system before they can reach their dreams or build their dreams. And environmental education, and we have also talked about that in the conference a lot. So, what are we focusing on? I heard in one of the conferences today, I'm sorry, I don't remember in which, because there have been many, that when you have a very complex problem, you need to go step by step, or as we say in Colombia, eat the cow in little pieces. So the pieces that we started with are the development of leadership and defining the leadership that we want to develop, developing social emotional learning and well-being. So well-being after the pandemic has been a huge issue for teachers and our fellows. What we have realized is that mental health is real, that teachers were overwhelmed by the amount of work, especially administrative work, that they had to face during the pandemic. And we are actively doing focus groups and different ways of studies, or we are studying in different ways how we can tackle well-being in a way that teachers can construct that with us. So we have like circles of well-being, that's what we're calling them, after we talk to them and gather insights. And we're meeting twice a year, preventively, before mental health issues kind of erode. And we are just like being connected, sharing stories and understanding how we can be there and support each other. We defined like a package of social emotional skills that we want to develop. There are so many, and our trainings have short periods of time. So we have a package that we defined also through interviews, surveys, focus groups, and workshops with our different stakeholders. And you will see here that a trend is that everything we do is collaborative. We don't define anything in the office. We participate with other stakeholders. And we partner with Teach for All and Jacobs Foundation to conduct a research on how we can strengthen learning and teaching based on the Teaching as Collective Leadership framework, which is materialized through well-being and social emotional learning. So just to tell you how we're answering the question of what kind of leadership do we believe in, and this goes back to the lenses of the framework that we were seeing before. We believe that leadership is threefold if we want to have real deep impact. So we need to develop ourselves, individual leadership, and in another talk that I was in today, they were saying being a teacher is always developing yourself. So that's one. And for that, you need certain social emotional skills. So this is the first set that we defined: self-knowledge, self-efficacy, motivation, self-control, and perseverance. You have relational leadership. So you need to know how to work with others in that picture that we saw at the beginning with the kids, like supporting each other. One is in the shoulders of the other one is pushing the bike forward. That actually requires some skills. It's not that easy to collaborate. It's not intuitive, especially because a lot of us were raised to be competitive, and that's many times what we pass on to our kids. So we need to develop empathy, assertive communication, conflict resolution, responsible decision making, integrity, collective well-being, and life planning. But this is also not enough. Collaboration is not code word, or is not the same as saying collective leadership, because collective leadership means that our work is systemic. And actually, we need strategies to monitor ourselves, to set ourselves collective goals, to measure if we're advancing in the same direction, to kind of face when we're having differences or different ideas and negotiate how we can move forward together. And that's what's going to make our change systemic. So the way we are tackling those lenses in our day-to-day work is by developing these skills, social emotional skills at the bottom. How are we doing this? By building rubrics of classroom observation that allow us to see how teachers are developing this, through surveys and assessments that allow us to understand how students and teachers are developing these skills, and through feedback forms that we have, because we have one-on-one conversations with our fellows to tackle the development of these skills in our feedback conversations, which happen monthly. So we are hoping this is gonna foster that our teachers develop these skills. So that's the plan. Where are we now? We have a training module, brand new, on social emotional skills that prioritize these 4 social emotional skills: the self-leadership, relationship skills, responsible decision-making, and purposeful teamwork. We also have measuring tools, not only assessments, but also, as I mentioned, rubrics and stuff. We have a repository of social emotional learning strategies, because this is not like, oh, I'm gonna learn the theory of empathy. I actually want to know what activities are gonna help me develop empathy in my classroom in each grade level. How do I do it on the 1st grade? How do I do it in 11th grade? We have that for our fellows. And we have, as I mentioned, teaching support and feedback formats updated as well. We are doing this work with Universidad de los Andes as well. We have gotten their feedback. We are really excited to learn. I think at the bottom, one of the bottom lines of this framework is that there's no right answers. So it's not that we're gonna apply the framework that Jasmine showed and be sure that kids are learning. We're experimenting. And we're seeing what works and what doesn't through assessment. So yeah, I think this is it for our next steps. This year, we're piloting our programmatic and evaluation tools. Next year, we're doing an impact evaluation with Jacobs and with Universidad de los Andes. And we hope to contribute to broaden the understanding of effective leadership development and social emotional learning practices. That's all. So we would like to hear from you guys, like any reactions you have, questions. Well, as Jasmine said, this is a really interesting but kind of complex framework when you see it at first sight. Let us go back maybe to put the framework in the picture. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you both. Unsurprisingly, I learned a lot. Question for you on the framework. There was another slide that was a little deeper with the academic topics. And some of them were grayed out, with a focus on literacy, phys ed, and history. Not a focus on math, science, languages. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that, about the intention there.
I think that's literally a formatting piece. I don't think they've dismissed, no one at Teach for All has dismissed. No, I would not be here if that were the case.
I was like, okay, I get,
at the end
of
the day, academics deeply, deeply matter to me. I think skills, I mean, on that note, right? I think it's what we talked about. I think it's not being afraid to say, I think that the challenge we're thinking about, if I get your question, like the deeper question, which is, it's not about dismissing academics and not recognizing the pressures that educators have, that government officials have to their constituents, right? We want numbers, right? Like that's what we're trained to do. What the framework does is allow you to say, if we want transformative change, that's not about numbers in May so that people can vote for me, so that my parents can get off my back. If we're saying our goal is about student development and leadership and thinking about the future 15, 20 years from now, thinking about climate change, thinking about emergencies, then we need to change our lens and say academics is not enough, and we don't have to separate academics from critical thinking, from health. And if the pandemic had shown us anything, it created like a laser focus on well-being. That if we're not well, not just kids, right? We know that's happening now. They have challenges with social media and the list goes on. I feel for our children. But that as adults, if we're not well, we don't have the ability to center and the techniques to do it, that's not natural, then we will not be able to get at strong, critical, creative, investigative learning that is ideal, I think, across content and cultures.
I love the idea of academic 21st century skills. That is really well put.
Great goal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing and all this experience you've shared with us. I have more of a field question, and I work at Cosmo School, and we have several of Teach for All teachers. And I would say without shame, and I know this is right, your Teach for All teachers always exceed expectations. And like, for example, Valentina and Sebastián. And I'm not asking for the Coca-Cola recipe, of course, but how do you get when you get to them, how do you make them inspired? What's the difference in your process? Because, you know, it's not from the first cohort, but all of them, you know, they're always exceed expectations and they are always, you know, top of their work. And I just think there's something special in your model. And of course, as I said, I don't want the secret recipe, but what do you think, or what are your insights of what's happening with these teachers you're taking to our schools?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think part of our model that is really a part of our model that is really successful, but I just want to point out that we have a CEO from Enseña Peru as well, an alumni from Teach First as well over here. So hello. So if you guys have more insights, you're welcome to share as well. But for me, I think the way we invite people to join is a key difference. It's very powerful when you are invited to contribute to changing your country, and when you are invited exceptional and diverse talent. Those words are usually not used when you call on teachers. Teachers are usually the people, or I don't know if you have heard these sayings, but in Colombia we use them a lot, like, if you cannot do what you wanted to do, you can teach. So if you are not a musician, then teach. If you're not, oh, sorry, that was my alarm clock, but to finish talking, so I finished early. And so I think we invite people to actually join because of a deep purpose they feel to build their country, and because of a deep belief in education as transformational. And then they meet 100 people, or 50 people, or 200 people who have that same belief. And I can say for me, because I went through the program, that it's so inspiring when you know you are not the only one. And as Jasmine was saying before about the energy in the room, like, you feed off each other's energy. And when you're feeling low, and when you're low in your sense of possibility, there's other 99 people like cheering you on, like, no, we're doing this, and this is amazing, and we're doing a great job. And you have an organization and a whole system that believes in you. And I think our teachers, a lot of talented teachers that are actually in the system who are not fellows, could use more cheering on and more like, you're doing a great job. And I think those are two things where I see we are successful. And also we're very privileged to get super talented people such as Henry, Jasmine, Franco, who is the CEO. I don't know if you were a fellow, were you? But you are honorary. So I don't know, guys, if you have any other insights on what makes our leaders so cool. Franco, you do? Dale.
I think that what we learn is that is to, let's use the same word, inspiration, purpose, not so we design for that. A very clear example that we see is that when you might go to a place where there are teachers gathered, let's say in Peru, and they're going to spend 2-3 days together. And there are two ways to see that and to design that. There is one way that is very technical. Like all the sessions are just, let's learn techniques for teaching. What we've learned to do is, we will do that, but let's also do the work of inspiration and design for that. And that means that there are people, for example, in my team, that they have a very sophisticated understanding of what it does it mean to create, and science-based understanding of what it means to foster belonging to a community of change, to create moments that elevate your experience, that inspire you, right? And so I think that the biggest learning is, for sure, when we try to recruit people that are intrinsically motivated, that tend to need less extrinsic motivation to do the work. That's an advantage against the public sector, right? Because in the public sector you have to work with every teacher that there is, and not all of them are intrinsically motivated. But then when you design gatherings, and we do a lot of co-designing with our participants, to give resources, money, time, effort to the work of inspiring, of belonging, etc. Just putting that work is something that we continue to learn to do, actually. But it's really worthwhile for our participants and for all of us.
I'm going to say something which is like it was also kind of a question or a challenge, which is collective leadership is obviously what Teach for All has been working on for a long time. But it's interesting to me how there's a kind of tension between collective leadership and the role of the individual leader. And in Teach for All has Wendy Kopp is the founder of Teach for All. Wendy Kopp has been named as like Time Person of the Year, most influential person in education. She's won all the awards. She's been named by Jim Collins, one of the world's leading business authors, as like the world's best entrepreneur. And I'm not sure that all of this happens without Wendy, without like a person, one person really driving it forward. And I think there are 60 Teach For organizations around the world that rely on outstanding leadership, like Anna's leadership in Teach for Colombia is vital. So I think that a great thing that Teach For All have done, and maybe a lesson for other organizations, is how to bring in this superstar talent and how to attract the best talent and take them away from other sectors and make sure they come into the classroom and they become leaders in education, I think is interesting. But I think there's also an interesting challenge that maybe I'll return the question to you. Like, what do you guys think about that? The kind of the role of the individual leader, the rock star who Wendy, is a super inspirational person that drives a lot of this forward, versus this idea of shared, distributed leadership. What do you think about that?
Thank you for that heckling moment, Henry, from a colleague. No, but it's a great question. And I think, again, to like see what's beneath, I tie all of that to transformational leadership, period. I think the reason I personally, let's talk about individual leadership. I could have opted to stay in my role. You could have opted to stay in your role and feel the comfort of the joy that this idea of collaborative leadership, of feeling a sense of belonging. I don't think that's singular to recruiting teachers and what that cultivates. That's good leadership, period. I'm here too because of Wendy Kopp, because somebody who also went through Teach for America said to me, hey, why don't you try this program? And now I'm here. But I think when we think about 30 years ago and what the state of education was 30 years ago, it's transformed. And what we're saying, we have the ability, we're in a seat of, and we're agents of change, that it doesn't begin and end with Wendy Kopp. She's not here now, but we are. And I think that our job, every single person in here, in this room, has a responsibility to say, this is not about one person, this is about, I'm gonna bring it back to the same thing that we started. This is about humans are born amazing. And their background should not dictate, their privilege or lack of privilege should not dictate their future impact. And if we're gonna say and think about collective leadership, then some people have to release power and others have to view power differently and say, well, if they don't release it, I can cultivate it and there's access even when there's limited resources. And I think that's the mindset, right? Like that's the format of thinking that has to evolve. And again, I can only tell my story. I took myself out of that seat of power because I also saw the problems of who is at the helm and all the stories that are not being told from people that can be just as impactful as Wendy Kopp. And I am grateful that she has the entrepreneurship, the vision to see leadership in that way. And she facilitates that. So I think that when we think about this framework, it's about how do we bring it back to a place of facilitation, because we can come and go. Our place is sort of set because we're sitting in this room. But when we think about our community, our context, are we doing that for others and then taking a step back? Otherwise, we hold on to it. So that's my take. I don't know if you have a different take.
Yeah, so my take is we are out of time. But I want to say super shortly that to me, collective leadership is kind of a relief, the relief of being able to be a vulnerable leader. Because, I mean, you are a rock star in one thing, but not at everything. So I'm so glad that I have a rock star who is amazing at doing budgets. If I had to do that for myself, honestly, like, pura enseña por Colombia. But, you know, so I don't think, like, I think I'm important, but I'm as important as that person who does the budget, Catalina, she's amazing, and as the person who does training. And I think also being collective about leadership is not about not acknowledging, like, the light that you have, but it's about acknowledging that there's light in everyone around you and cheering on your team and seeing this exceptional leadership in different facets is like so, it's exciting because it also relieves you from that sense of it's all on my shoulders. It's not, it's shared. And you like can honestly see the talent in others. So I think like when we saw those kids in the picture, and I loved, I don't know if you guys noticed, I hadn't seen that before, but they made a different road. They weren't following any of the roads, but they could, I'm sure they only did that together. I mean, if it's one person, how can one person make a road, paint the sign, ride the bike? I mean, you need like many people, the one who knows how to ride, the one who knows how to push and make the road. So I really do believe that it's not about not acknowledging that, I don't know, maybe I'm good at speaking. I'm not sure I am, but let's say. But that's like one talent. And then there's many others that complement that for an organization and a movement to be truly brilliant as a collective. And I'm sorry that we're out of time.
No, we can go on.
Thanks so much, Anna and Yasmin. Just some housekeeping, if you could please make your way to the closing session now. The main auditorium, the doors will be closing soon, so please make your way. Thank you.
stuck in